So I'll just go with Sakura because we might have to flip-flop around, but I already know what Sakura's doing. I have no idea what Hassan's doing, so. Okay, so where we last left off, you all had finally returned back to town. And you've seen, well, I guess I can just show you. You came back to a kind of dark, stormy night that there seemed to be some kind of an arena erected in the middle of town after, you first checked the inn because you avoided whatever was going on in the center of town. And eventually you came across what appeared to be a fight. And there also appeared to be the town spectators just watching it and kind of, encouraging the fight even. You noticed two of the figures in the fight were familiar to you, as you noticed one was Mazikeen and one was Fiona. The third figure, you did not know who it was. Upon further inspection through Hassan, he learned that it was indeed a fight going on, and people were taking bets on it. Well, Connor was interested in what Hassan was doing, so he followed him, finding out the same thing. They both managed to place some bets on the fight, where Hassan ended up winning 500 gold and Connor ended up losing 200 gold. But once the fight was over, the mysterious figure and the two people in the battle arena got out of it under Cronus's orders, as she was going to fix the castle back up, saying she didn't know why she agreed to it in the first place. Look at the mess they made. And the sky had cleared up after the fight as well. It wasn't actually dark out, it was just Mazikeen's magic causing it to be dark out. And the mysterious figure that you later learned was named Fizbin actually won the fight against two people you guys consider very powerful. After all this had happened, you all kind of unanimously decided that you were going to take a break and not go to the next trial for a while. I don't know how long that break is. You guys never actually put a definite number on it, but I would assume it's going to be a week or 2 weeks, or maybe longer. I don't know. And everybody went their separate ways. And once they all did that, there was a little bit of conversations here and there, but essentially now we're going to play out what everybody did for whatever amount of time you guys were taking the break for. And we are going to start with Sakura, which you can explain what you did, or you could have me kind of recap what you did. What do you choose?
I didn't really do that much.
All right. So Sakura essentially went over to the smiths and inquired about having a few items crafted. She found out quickly that, yeah, they can probably make them, but she was going to need some favors from some other people in the town. So she went over to the inn, as under Keegan's orders. He said the only person he thinks that could really help out with the particular item he was trying to craft would be Ellie. And Ellie agreed to help him out, for a favor, to return a favor. And so they spent the day at least one day crafting these items. And at the end of the night, Ellie said, well, the favor I wish to have in return is that you're going to help me dust the inn, and that includes the basement and the bedrooms, and essentially clean up the inn. So he agreed to it, or she agreed to it, I should say. And then she has another idea of what she's doing. But we could go to... Yeah, let's go to that. And I don't know what's actually on this map right now. I can't really tell. So we're gonna GM layer you guys.
Just us.
Yep. And we're okay. So you don't see anything else.
I mean,
right.
we
like
see.
There's no weird panels or anything like that.
No, I mean, I see some like gray panels.
Those are the patched panels. Those
Yeah.
are what you guys patched up the one time.
I think that's about it.
Right. I'm just making sure it's not all messed up. So
No.
You guys seeing all the animals and everything else that was on the map originally. So, Sakura, you have been tasked with cleaning this place up, dusting it, all that fun stuff. So, and Ellie is going to come down here with you and essentially tell you what needs to be done. So, copy, paste. Really gotta fix this because it's gonna bother me. You guys are going down here because I don't want to stand a token on top of a token because it looks weird for me. Alright, so she's going to explain to you in your time that you guys have been gone. They really haven't kept up too much down here. And there seems to be some cobwebs and other things that need to be cleaned off and dusted. So she is going to leave you for that. She's going to hand you a little dust mop and like a little trash can, essentially. And you need to go and find all of the cobwebs and take care of them. So she's leaving you to that right now. And there is, what, 1, 2, I don't know how well you can see them. You might have to zoom in. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll just have to roll. Oh, what is it going to be? Trying to think of what makes sense to roll for that.
Does he really have to roll anything just to clean?
We'll have you roll.
Do they need to roll anything?
No, you don't need to roll anything. Yeah, we'll just have you roll 1 survival check. And we'll determine how long this is going to take you.
I was pretty sure I just opened my character sheet and then it disappeared.
No idea.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I thought I cleared the chat log. Apparently not. But anyway, so yeah, you do all right. I mean, it's going to take you a couple hours, but essentially now you just need to walk your way to each one. There's one. Alright, so you find another one and you clean it off, of course. And again. On this one, I'll have you make a little climb check.
Find it.
As you need to climb on top of the box to get to it.
No, I know. I'm just trying to find climb.
Top.
Is it the top?
Yes,
there
it's
it is.
alphabetical. Yeah, no problem. You managed to climb up there and get it, no problem. I was waiting for a nat 1.
Is this gonna count as one?
No, that one's just background. I can't do nothing about that one. Alright, this one you'll also need to make a climb check for. Yeah, no problem. So you're spending your day, you're dusting away. This one, we'll say you don't need to make a climb check for it. Somehow you just kind of fly up there a little bit and reach it. Alright, you got 2 more yet that I can see. Managed to get up on that one too. And then you finally do finish. It takes you about, half the day running around down in the basement trying to find everything. And essentially you've spent pretty much a day and a half of whatever amount of time you're doing stuff in.
Ookie.
And then I would assume you're going to... well, she's going to have you clean the whole thing, but we're not going to have you doing all this. Essentially, you come up here, which not here. Well, maybe, I don't know where he was at right now, but you come up here, roll a survival check. We'll just do that. We won't have you actually walk around this time. Okay, so this one's not good. It takes you a good 4 more hours to help her clean up what she needs cleaned around here. She has you washing dishes. She has you, taking out the trash. The basic stuff. You're cleaning the bathroom. That's what took you so long, is you were kind of disgusted because you don't know who used the boys' bathroom last, but they left you a surprise.
Gross.
And then eventually you go upstairs. Obviously, you're the only one here. And 1 more survival check. Alright, with your combined survival checks, you pretty much spent the whole day to help clean the inn. So, then you ended up going to bed for the night. And now you're on to essentially day 3 of the week. And I don't know what else you were going to do. I know you were going to inquire about something, but who are you going to ask?
Probably Mazkeen would be the first one I'd have to ask.
Alright, so you immediately think of her to do it, or does somebody else tell you that she might be able to do it?
I would think of the only other spellcaster in town that I know of would be her, other than our Celestial.
Alright, so we'll put you outside and let you have a little conversation with Kronos.
Alright.
Alright, so where is your character?
Somewhere.
Yeah, I know, it's weird with the GM layer stuff because it's hard for me to see it. Alright, there you are. And I need to drag her. Alright, so you see her kind of just hanging out by the fountain. And as you approach, she just says, I see you're enjoying your time off. Ellie tells me you did a good job helping her out yesterday.
Yeah, it do be that way. I had to have a favor to make some things, so it ended up working out.
Well, generally people are pretty generous around here. You do that, you scratch their back, they scratch your back kind of deal.
Yeah.
Some people in this town though, they're I would say a little bit harder to get along with, but once you get to know them, they're not too bad.
Yeah.
But I guess the favors always are going to depend on what you want them to do. But did you have any further questions for me, or are you just passing on?
Do you know who could make scrolls in our town, in this town?
Scrolls? I don't think anybody actually does make any scrolls in this town, but somebody that would be capable? I mean, I guess the only person I can think of off the top of my head would be probably Mazikeen, but you know how I said before, some people are a little harder to get along with? Well, she's definitely on that list. And she definitely has a presence about her that scares most people away. So consider yourself warned about that. She can be difficult at times, but once you really get to know her, she's really just a big teddy bear. But she won't come off as one, I'll tell you that. But I wish the best of luck to you. I hope you got a pretty compelling or convincing reason as to why she should help you. Or you might have difficulties. So I guess I'll let you be on your way, and good luck in there. I do know that, what was it, Shade and Fizbin are in there training. They've been in there for 3 days now. I'm not sure how much more training they could possibly get in, but I think your friend Connor is in there as well. And I'm not sure if they're all training together or if they're all training separately, but they only come out to go eat and sleep, it seems like. So it might be a little musky in there.
Gross.
But I guess I'll let you be on your way. I gotta tend to a few things myself.
Alright. Thanks for the info.
And she poofs like she does. Alright, I assume you're gonna walk over to the dojo.
Yes.
Alright, we will come back to you then. You are going into the dojo. Alright, Hassan. Let's start with what you're doing for the first day. I don't know if you're inside, outside, where you actually want to be.
I guess you didn't hear that last time, so I would like to either go ahead and replace or repair my thieves' tools. So I'll be going to the blacksmith one way or another.
Okay, so you are going to the blacksmiths.
Since technically I didn't see any thieves' tools being sold over at the shop, so yeah.
Alright, let's see.
I'll say right now, thieves' tools is 3 gold, so if I can repair it, whatever that would be, 30.
30, damn. I didn't
Well,
expect them to be
that's
that
what shows.
expensive.
That's as far as I can find.
Alright, so on your first day, you would have ran into Aurora talking to Keegan about having stuff made and then having Ellie come over and help and stuff, and you kind of witnessed all that because you were in here as well.
I guess out of curiosity, would I be able to hear what she said, or do I need to roll perception?
Yeah, you could roll a perception. Lume would be here at the counter as you came in.
I hear nothing.
Alright, you kind of hear some talking, but you can't really make it out over the hammer sounds. You seem to be focusing on the ringing of the metal. But Lume goes, "Can I help you?"
I bring out my old thieves' tools that broke during one time. Can either this be repaired, or can you guys make new ones for me?
Alright, so Lume, which is down here. I'm gonna have her take a look at them. She's going to take a good perception. And then she's going to pray. Oh, wow. So she appraises them and she goes, yeah, I think they could be fixed, but in the shape they're in, it would almost cost the same as buying a whole new set. I mean, you might save 10 gold or something, but they may or may not be quite as good as a brand new set either. She's essentially saying their bonus is going to be down by 1. He goes, as far as making a new set, I could probably get Keegan to squeeze that in somewhere. Unfortunately, he's kind of the handyman around here as far as items like that. But I think he's pretty busy today. He might be able to do it tomorrow, though.
That's fine. Do I need to make a deposit, or do I have to wait until they're actually made?
Well, with if you want to turn in these old ones, we can melt them down and use some of the materials to kind of save you a little bit of money. We'll only charge you, 20 gold for a new set.
I just push them a little forward towards her side, showing that okay, I do that, and I'll drop. And do you want to go now or later?
You could pay now. Like I said, you should be able to pick it up sometime tomorrow. They shouldn't take too long, but as I said, he's fairly busy today.
All right, I dropped 20 gold. I guess that'll be it for here.
All right. Well, is there nothing else you need today, or anything you need from me? I see you got some pretty fancy armor, actually. I don't know where you ended up getting that, but pretty nice. She goes, I can always, craft you some different armor, or I could craft you some rings. Or hey, if you want a small little statue made of yourself, I could craft you that as well. Like Kronos seems to be my best customer on buying the statues. She's got all kinds of statues around town, if you haven't noticed.
Ha 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 ha.
And no, they're not all of her. Some of are from her closest friends.
There is one item specifically I can think in my head I would like above game, but I don't think they'd be able to make it. And I don't even know how someone would even know about this item in particular. This is above game item I want.
Well, it depends on what it is. She might be able to show you a brochure.
Ring of Chameleon.
Ring of Chameleon. I'd have to look at it. I don't even know what it is, so.
It's a wondrous item. It's
brings
one that
back
gets
memories.
bonus to. Yeah. It gives a bonus to stealth.
Ring of Chameleon. Okay, let's see. I have no idea what this cost either, so let's see.
No, we felt we.
Yeah, it gives a +10 to stealth. As a free action, the wearer of this ring can gain the ability to blend with the surroundings. It has a standard action. You can also use the disguise self. So you need Forge Ring, Disguise Self, and Invisibility Cast. And cost, if you were crafting it, would be $63.50. So it's going to be a little bit more than that because you'll have to pay her to craft it. But it won't be that much more. It'll just be probably a couple hundred more gold than that. But I guess she could show you a brochure and says, well, these are kind of the rings that we've had crafted in the past. But we're always open to trying new ideas. And I guess that one pops out to you, I guess.
Just making sure, Cloud, what's the actual number?
Like I said, what it actually cost is $63.50, but if she was gonna make it for you, she's gonna charge you an extra like $3.50 on top of that. So like 6,700.
We both know I'm not gonna craft it.
Yeah, so like 6,700.
Well, I just wanted to know if it was a possibility.
No, it is a possibility. Something like that would take probably at least a day to craft, though.
Well, I don't have enough money for that. Either way, going then.
All right. Well, if there's anything else I can help you with, just let me know. You can always come back.
I'm gonna need a lot more cash if I want to make anything like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, some of these materials are quite expensive, and then obviously paying somebody to actually come in and cast the
Sorry, that was
spells
above game what I meant.
is always a pain.
That
Well,
last response was above game.
Okay. So you commission an order, and then you walk out of the shop, I guess.
Yeah, there's nothing much I'm gonna need to do with the blacksmith anymore.
All right.
For now.
Do you go to another place, or you go back outside? Like, do you go to the weapon shop, or do you a specific place, or do you just go back outside?
Let's see, Harry. That depends. Do you make sure I bought those 5 potions of war breathing at the end of the last session?
Yeah, because you said you were gonna buy them.
Yeah, the moment I read the tablet.
Yeah.
Okay, then that part's done, and I don't think I need to buy any more potions at the moment. I'm good with that. Sadly, anything they had last time, I don't have enough, or I just don't want to spend at the moment because there probably is going to be more things in the future. Let's see. I guess I'll just have a quick check with Kronos to see how that deal's going with.
Oh yes, your proposal.
Just quick buy to see whether or not the vein progress is being made.
All right, so you walk outside, and you kind of go to the center of town because you know she kind of hangs out around here, and
Sadly.
you don't see her right now.
I don't mean to interrupt quick, but I have to leave, like, now.
All right.
I will explain when I get home. I gotta go to the ER.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, good luck with all that. Hopefully, it's nothing too serious, but we'll see when you get back. I kind of know what your character's doing anyway.
Thank you. I leaned in my chair again.
Just go. Wherever it is, just go now.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, that's unfortunate. Hopefully everything's okay. But so
What just happened?
we have no idea. We just know that Cass has to go to the ER for some reason. So I'm guessing somebody he knows is there. I have no idea the details. Hopefully, whatever it is, they'll be all right. But I guess we'll find out later or tomorrow, depending on whenever we hear back from him.
I could probably.
Yeah, and
you
if he
what
wishes to even say it.
Yeah,
I could
that's
probably
his
tell
business.
you what happened.
Yeah. Well, you should
It's
probably
his
keep
business.
it. Yeah, I was
Yep.
gonna say, Sakura, you should probably keep it to yourself. For now. So.
Mm.
Yeah.
Because we don't
I
want
don't
to
know what
just
it
speculate.
is. I don't care what it is. It's his
We drop it
business.
for now. It's none of our business.
All right.
Yep.
Anyway,
Continue
moving
on.
Anyway, so you walk out. You're in the center of town. You see the fountain running. You don't see Kronos anywhere, though.
I'll just sit on the. I'll just sit at the water fountain for now, just waiting to see whether or not anything comes up. If nothing happens for a while, then I'll just. You know what? This will be the perfect time to have a little fun. I'll place a couple of the 5 of the shiny polished rocks and have practice with the my new sling with my cursed rock.
Okay.
I'll just have fun until she comes.
So you're just kind of screwing around, essentially.
I'll place 5 pretty much somewhere nearby between the 2 light posts around here, and I'll just pretty much.
You're trying to hit them. Okay. You're
Yeah,
practicing.
pretty much. Practicing, but mostly just killing time.
All right. Well, roll a couple of attacks then. Get to
How many do
play
you want
with
me to
your new
roll?
weapon. Let's say 5. We'll let you actually hit all, or try to hit all 5. Yeah, you managed to hit all 5 stones. You seem to be a natural with it.
All 5 little potions are broken now. And I don't have to go reach for the black one because it just comes back to me.
They kind of go scattering around. It doesn't seem like they really break, but you probably do chip them a little bit or something.
Oh. Oh, you shouldn't be brave because aren't the polished rocks small and then like just a
They are. They're smaller.
and then the rock one's actually like what, twice the size?
Yeah, it's at least twice the size. But like I say, some of them break in a few spots. Some of them chip. Some of them just get knocked. Like they essentially just go flying.
I'm not picking this up either way.
Well, after you shoot all 5 of them, you see Kronos appear. And she goes, I just cleaned all this up. She goes, I get it that you're bored and you don't have much going on, but at least, go out to the training area or go into the dojo or, essentially do it outside of the castle walls if you wish to leave things on the ground or go to the dojo. They do all kinds of manner of things in there. I try to keep this place fairly clean. I don't want, a bunch of sharp objects on the ground. And you see her kind of just wave her hand, and you see the stones kind of levitate in front of her, and she just launches them over the wall. She goes, anyway, I hope you're enjoying this lovely day. And she's getting a little closer to you. She goes, it is such a nice, relaxing sound, isn't it? She's asking you essentially a question or making a statement, I guess.
Any progress?
Oh, I almost forgot about your inquiry. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to contact all of them yet. It's probably gonna take another day. I was trying to inquire with some of the other gods you see to see if it was a possibility and kind of what the ruling's gonna be on that or not. But I could probably get back to you on it tomorrow. I've contacted 4 of them so far. But sometimes they just don't like to answer, so.
Bye.
Alrighty, well, you have a lovely day. And you see her, well, you're going that way, but as you do, you see her going up this way. So. But you going to the inn?
Pretty much. I guess I was pretty much speaking at the bar.
Alright. See about doing some drinking, huh? Alright, Ellie's gonna be back over here. Well, actually, no, she wouldn't be back yet, because it's still the first day. She's not here. Alright, so you walk in, which I have to find your token. Yep, there it is. It's not here. You walk in, you notice Dante's sitting over at the bar. He seems to be cleaning out, a shot glass, like normal bartenders do, sitting there with a rag cleaning the glasses out. He goes, oh, Hassan, wasn't it? He goes,
Yep.
What can I do for you? Kind of a quiet day.
Honestly, just killing time.
Well, would you? I know it's a little early, but
Sadly, I can't do that to the actual goddess, but what can you do?
yeah, I know it's a little early, but would you like a drink? I won't tell no one.
Why do I have to worry about telling anyone?
Well, I don't know if you know, some
I'm
people.
not the one chain. I'm not the one chained currently with someone who will let me bet.
I'm just saying, some people talk. You know, people drinking early in the day and all, and you know, I'm just saying, I won't say anything, and I won't judge you either. But some other people may. That's why I was saying I wouldn't say nothing.
You see Hassan begin to pop the top tier air, two fine wines, one fine wine, aged wine, and a shot glass.
Oh wow, you even brought your own alcohol. So you have top tier ale, fine wine, and fine aged whiskey. Okay, so which one are you gonna drink? Or are you drinking them all?
First, I ask. First, any interested in any of them to add to your shop?
That's a good question. Let's see what I need to pull up what he actually has. Where's my shops? There it is. The inn. Here we go. So he currently has. Yeah, he doesn't have any of those from what I can see. Does he have fine wine? No. He goes, well, I mean, if you're offering, you want to trade, or do you just want some gold for them, or I guess, what you looking to get for them?
How much are you offering for all of it?
Let's see. I'm actually looking up what they're actually worth because I don't remember. There's about 10 million alcohols. Here they are. I think it's alphabetical. Let's see, that would be 2 gold for that. Where's wine at? Oh, 10, okay. And what's the last one? Whiskey? Oh. He's like, I could, you know, if you were wanting to trade all those, I could probably give you about 30 gold.
Sure, why not? Do that, and let's share we are cheapest booze. I don't want to drink alone.
All right, so he pulls out this 6-pound jug of ale and sits it on the counter.
I have my cup. Go ahead and get your cup, and let's just have a chat wait for today.
He goes, suppose it won't kill me to have a couple.
Besides, you said yourself it's going to be a slow day, and how many of the others often really drink?
You'd be surprised. Keegan's probably our best customer. His wife has to come in here and drag him out sometimes. He might actually be interested in this whiskey. He's kind of a whiskey connoisseur, you see. Adding these to his shop real quick.
Anyway, it's obvious I was here to spend time here with Dante and the stream. Cheap booze.
Alright, for the first day anyway, right?
Very first thing, yeah.
I'll worry about those prices later. I just put them in the shop for now. All right.
And there you go
so
for all that, so that's fine.
Did you have any conversations with him or anything, or did you want to ask him anything? Since you guys are getting a little drunk, I'll
Okay,
have you roll a Constitution check to see how drunk you're gonna get too.
Well, this is cheap booze, so I'm assuming this won't be strong.
No, but I'm just seeing how many you're pretty much gonna drink. So
Fine.
to get tipsy. All right, so you have about 5 shots of it, and then you start feeling a little tipsy. You're not drunk. You're just tipsy.
All right, I guess the conversation would be Ellie.
Oh, you want to talk about my wife, huh?
Well, the fact I see Angel and Devil both married, that's one big topic already in my head.
Mm.
Not to mention,
Curious
Not to mention, I've heard your fun conversation tonight before.
He looks at you and he kind of turns a little bit away. You can see him almost blushing a little bit. He goes,
Yeah, that's the same reaction she gave too.
well,
I mean, my God, I never heard a couple out loud before.
I guess she does get a little loud. But, after
I'm
so
surprised
long,
the bed's not broken.
well, let's just say that's happened before. We've had a hard time explaining why we needed a new bed commissioned.
Hey, sure, pretty obvious.
Well, the thing was, the other bed was only a week old. You could say we broke it in a little too hard. But anyway, your other question was, how did we come to be, essentially? That's what you're saying. How did we get together? Well, it was actually just pure chance and fate, actually. See, not unlike yourselves, me and Ellie at one time took on these trials that you guys are currently facing. Now, that was a very long time ago, mind you, and I'm sure that things are different, as I've been told. That they're
Okay,
not
now
always
my
the same.
full attention is on this now. Continue.
But we were both brought in, like I said, not unlike yourselves, where we were just with a random group of people. We didn't know anybody in the group, and
And you two were amongst them as well.
we were amongst them as well, yes. But you see, we did not finish the trials, if that's what you're thinking.
Oh God.
After several of our group
Died.
we essentially tried to beg and plead with Kronos for either more party members or a way out, essentially. And
You don't have to say it. I think it's obvious how that result happen.
I wouldn't call it servitude, but I will tell you this, that we cannot leave this plane.
You're stuck.
Yeah, well, we're kind of stuck here, but there is an added bonus to that, since we are stuck outside of time, as she calls it.
Immortal.
We don't age. Yeah, we've been here for I don't even remember how long. And after all the trials and tribulations, and after being granted the ability to stay here, well, me and Ellie just kind of happened after so many years. As you can tell, there's not too many options around here.
Oh, no joking there. I'll be honest. I thought about trying to go and hit the one in the shop, but I thought to myself, if I screw things over, I'm probably gonna get taxed a lot more compared to the others. Or worse, they all can't get anything.
Well, Now, see, that's what's interesting is some of the people in this town are here of their own free will, and some of the people in this town
Or the fact that the brother is allowed to
can
go,
come and
come and
go on
go.
disease as they wish, but that's because they
You two
have
can't.
some sort of deal with Kronos. I'm not quite
Yeah.
sure what that is. It's not really any of my business, but I'm sure you've noticed Jack kind of is here sometimes and then he's not here sometimes.
Yep. Yeah. First time seeing him, he did mention all that.
And there is, this place isn't that bad. I mean, there is definitely some stuff to do, and we do get occasional good amount of entertainment. But I mean, being stuck with
But let's
Ellie
face
for
it.
the rest of my life, I could
Let's
think of worse fates.
Let's face it. If she wasn't here right now with you, you'd probably go insane.
I mean, possibly yes. I mean, I've probably spent a lot more of my days trying to
Heck, you
pick
probably
a-
be the one drinking
pick a
all
fight.
that.
pick a fight with Fiona or Mazikeen just to have some excitement. But I've been there, done that, and let's just say there's a reason that they have the titles they have.
Let's face it. You'd be drinking all your own booze right now if she wasn't here.
Well, yeah, and I have to thank Jack for that because originally there was no bar, and well,
He
through
supplies you every now and then, correct?
through a request through Kronos, and she got Jack to actually bring a bunch of alcohol. I'm not quite sure how he transports it all, but I'm sure it's some kind of magical item.
Well, he does. He is working for Goddess of Time and Space, correct?
Yes. Well, I don't know if he's working for her exactly. I just know they have some kind of deal, but I do not know the details of it.
Time and space. I use my hands to jazz hands when I say that part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Kronos is quite nice, especially once you get to know her. She can be
Oh
very
yes, after she went
understanding.
ahead and kidnapped you and you now your current wife, along with those I assume you eventually called your actual comrades and friends, away from your homes all of a sudden.
Well, I do agree with you there that seems bad at first, but after so long, you begin to understand that if she wouldn't have done what she did, I would have been dead anyway. I just wouldn't have known anything about it.
You saying that as if it's a bad thing.
Well, I would have never
I'd
met
rather
Ellie.
live my free life than rather being underneath someone else.
Well, I'm not really, like I said, I'm not really her servant. I'm just not allowed to leave this plane.
Yes, my little cage bird. Continue singing for your master. At least you have your mate next to you.
And he kind of looks at you when you make that comment, a little bit of frown. He goes, I think you've had a little bit much to drink. You might want to walk it off for a little while.
I'm just gonna go sleep early. But I'll say this right now. Can I ask you one question before I sleep? How far in the trials did you go? How many did you actually completed?
I think we got to. Oh, gee, it's been so long. I think we got just done with the 5th one.
Cloud? Well, that's the 5th one we've completed ourselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me.
During that
Was the 5th one
that's when the other 3 party members died.
And tell me, was the 5th one, if you can remember by at this point, was it in the phase forest?
It wasn't in a forest at all. It was on top of a snowy mountain, actually. And I only remember that because that's where we ran across the giant Yeti, and he ripped. We finally did defeat him, but not before he ended up ripping several of my party members in half. But like I said, I've asked Kronos about this several times. She's not very straightforward with her answers, if you haven't noticed. But from what I can gather, the trials themselves seem to be almost randomized or determined on the group of people that is going into them. It's almost as if they're tailored experiences for the party members. At least some of the trials are. And I'm not sure if that's designed by her or by the other gods that I'm not even sure I'm supposed to be talking about that are apparently part of the trials as well.
That'll be it for today for me then, I guess. And we're going to continue having these talks now, because now you just brought information I need to know.
Well, I would stay pretty hush-hush about it. Like I said, I'm not even sure I'm supposed to divulge any of this information.
Did she told you can't say any of this?
Not in
Did
so
she
many
give you-
words. But she kind of gave me a look.
Until I hear the commanding words of a god, I think you can do what you want.
Well, I guess we'll see about it another time. Because then next time I think I should probably have a few less drinks.
Yes, I agree on that part. I'd like to make sure your state of mind when we have these talks now. Yep, that's pretty much it then for day one, I guess.
All right.
And I guess by the sounds of it, I'm just going to be talking with Dante and learn as much as I can.
So essentially, day 2, you come down in the morning.
I guess there is one side thing I would like to do that falls with Aurora. I would like to get that book back that had the strange list of mixtures of things I handed to her.
We keep losing somebody from the roll 20. So you're gonna hand her what now?
No, I like to have that book back, the one that had all forms of a list of different items to mix into things that we don't know.
Oh, you mean the journal? The
Yeah.
small beat up, half burnt journal?
Yeah.
That is
I just like to.
in your notes and journals books? I thought she gave it back to you.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well,
I guess well, either way, with that book, I just want to go.
we could say that you went over and she handed it to you at some point during this.
Okay.
But if you look in your notes and journals under the important handouts section, it's in you're the only one that can see it. So it's called Small Beat Up Half Burnt Journal. We'll say at some time in between him coming over here to clean and you waking up for the morning that you guys kind of bumped into each other and you essentially asked for it back. And he just handed it
I
to
don't
you.
see this section you mentioned here still.
Important handouts under notes and journals. Pretty sure I have to edit it to make sure it's on you. Yes, just Hassan. It should be where all your other handouts are, so.
Oh, there. I was looking at my extra character page.
No, it's not in your inventory. I put it in there so you could read it if you wanted to.
Okay.
Because remember, I had to read it to you before.
Oh, yeah.
But essentially it's there and it's only marked as you being able to see it, so.
Okay. The only thing I wanted to do with that is to go ahead and go to the shop and hand it over to our chemists who can make potions to see if they can do anything with it.
Oh. So he might have found some potential for it. Alright.
Because, let's face it, none of us are going to be able to craft anything, really. We don't have enough resources ourselves to do it.
You bump into Aurora. Aurora seems to be heading down to the cellar. Ellie's following behind, but she notices you coming down the stairs as well. And she says, well, good morning, Hassan. Did you sleep well?
I just have a brief thought of the whole fact that allies have also got kidnapped and trapped here now. And I'll just say, yes, I did.
Well, there's some breakfast on the table. If you wish to partake, it should still be pretty warm. Me and Aurora have some cleaning to do today. So if you need me, I'll be around the inn.
All right, I'll just grab a quick bite to eat and head over.
All right. So Hassan spends the morning, or a little while of the morning anyway. Probably over here. I'm not sure where you sit. And you eat some food.
When I say quick bite, I'm just gonna bring it with me. I mean, like small things I can just grab on the go.
Grab something and walk away with it. Okay.
Pretty much.
And as you walk out, you don't see Dante anywhere. It seems like he's not awake yet or something. Or maybe he's still getting ready for the morning. And you walk outside. And we'll go back to the other map. And this time, she's going to be over here when you do this. There. Alright, so I assume you're just going to walk down to the shop.
Yeah, there's no reason for me to stick around or go through the little lake around on.
Alright, so you get to about right here. And I'm not going to have you roll a perception or nothing, but you see Kronos seems to be tending to the flowers, actually. It's the first time you actually seen her doing something by hand. She's actually got a little water jug out and is watering the flowers. And
I'll continue walking unless she stops me.
she does notice you, and she just kind of waves at you, smiling.
I continue walking.
And this is where you're going, so... Weapon item shop. Connor's not here. Jack is actually going to be over here. Tove seems to be back here, and you are right here. She's over here, actually. So you walk in, you hear the little bells go off, which you think to yourself, oh, that's new. They didn't have the little bells when you entered the door before.
Well, doesn't take a note of the whole, if I want to sneak in here, I'm gonna need to do something with the bells inside.
Yep. But you kind of hear some conversations going on, nothing really important. You see Jack kind of looking at some books and some scrolls on the table. Seems like he's, or I should say paper is what it would be on the table. Seems like he's just kind of taking some inventory, seeing if he needs anything before he, inevitably leaves again. And Jill seems to be the only one at the counter. And she sees you come in, she hears the bells, she walks over to her seat. I assume you're going to walk up to her.
Yep.
She's the one you're coming to.
Yep.
And she goes, oh, good morning. How can I help you today?
I bring out the old beaten book. I found this around in our last trial, and it has a list of the ingredients and such to make things. I thought this would be more of your area.
Take a look at it. She go, well, what happened to it? It's definitely seen some better days.
Let's see. Found it in the chest, but before I got to the chest, I got jumped by a phase fire. It got me in its arms. Like, thankfully, I was able to escape from it, but still. That's never something I'm ever gonna forget.
He goes, oh, that I guess that explains this cobweb here, as she just kind of flicks a cobweb off her finger. She goes, well, that's kind of disturbing. I don't really like spiders very much, but
Oh, good. Then I should tell you the story of that scene where we were in was a cavern full of spiders with a spider queen, the evil one, and such.
you
I
see
mean,
her
heck,
kinda
the moment she
squirming.
went and grabbed my companion, she literally was sucking the life out of them when they age so fast. How white is she right now?
Yeah, she's essentially she's got her fingers in her ears, kind of doing the la 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 thing at this point. She doesn't want to hear any more of it.
I mean, heck, we even found this little corner with a bunch of egg sacs. And they literally popped open.
You see
I
her,
ran.
You see her sit the book down and run back here, and she goes, Tove, I think this one's for you. What? He goes, what did you do? She just come running back there, told me to get out there. And you see Jack over here just starting to laugh it up.
Do I? Well, she asked where I found this book, and well, I answered. But then I got a little too detailed at that point.
He goes, what'd you tell her?
Well, I'll go ahead. I just repeat what I just said.
And he goes, oh, yeah, she has a thing about spiders, and she don't even like to hear about them, let alone, and he sees the little piece of web sitting on the counter that she flicked off. He goes, oh my god, it even had a web on it? Oh yeah, she's gonna be a while, I'm guessing, before she comes back. And just between me and you, I used to play pranks on her all the time, and you know, the harmless little daddy long legs, or you know, just put a web on her face while she was sleeping, you know, stuff like that. She
You creep her out, didn't you? You made her terrified of more spiders than she should have.
She didn't think it was as funny as me and Jack did, but or as Jack as I. But as you can see, Jack, he's over there just laughing it up. He's remembering the good old days. But yeah, I'm surprised she didn't hit you. She usually hits me.
I think the moment I mentioned the egg sacs might have been the killing point.
Well, I'll try to get her. Did you need her, or can I help you, I guess?
Well, the thing is, I pointed the book back to where it all started. We found it. I found this during that same trial within the cavern of the spiders, and it looks like there's a list, if you look through it, of different ingredients to make things. As far as you can tell, it's kind of hard to read, but seeing as she is the one who makes all the potions, correct?
Yeah, he picks it up, starts trying to flip through it. He goes, "Man, I don't know what happened to this book, nor that I really care, but there ain't much of this book
most
left."
likely the original owner of the book probably got captured the spiders, kept them wrapped, getting their innards being literally eaten alive within their own little cocoons and such over time.
And he starts looking through the pages, and he goes, "Yeah, some of this is familiar. Kind of similar to her journal, actually. Now, do I know what any of this means? Not much of it, no.
No, she probably has more knowledge of it.
You're gonna need her for this, which
is why I went to her.
I guess I can go try to convince her to come back out here, but I would probably keep the talking about spiders to either a minimum or not at all, or she might not help you."
Well, to be fair, she started conversation, and I literally just went through it not that long ago, so it's really fresh in my mind.
Yeah, it does sound like a horrible experience. I mean, even if you don't really mind spiders, well, having them try to, crawl over.
No, I don't anymore.
You.
That's where the moment I see one, I immediately throw the dagger behind him.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So you're just gonna stick a dagger in the wall?
I immediately throw a dagger right behind him, like right past his head.
Yeah, it essentially just sticks in the wall behind him.
Yeah, be trying. Yeah, and I'll immediately recall the blade on the dagger back, and then be dead.
He
All spies from now on are gonna die before me.
he's gonna roll. Yeah, he kind of like ducks out of the way almost, even though you weren't aiming at him because you thought you were almost. And he goes, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa! I know you want to show me some things, but you gotta warn a guy before you just chuck a dagger towards him." He goes,
Yes,
"Oh, and
let's say this. I have the same reaction with your sister, except where she runs away, I melee strike.
he goes, even though that is a fancy parlor trick, that thing returning to you, you still managed to stick it in the wall back there. You're gonna fix that, right? I mean, it's not the first time it's happened, so we got some putty for it."
I'm not saying anything right now.
He goes, "Well, anyway, here, I'll just hand this to you. You could probably fix it in a few seconds. All you gotta do is pretty much take this little knife out and spread it across it, and make it even. I'll sand it down later. No harm, no foul. I'll go try to convince her while you do that." He just slides it
Okay.
across the table to you.
Okay, and I guess I have to go around there.
Yeah, it's essentially right here in the wall, so. Have you roll a, let's just call it a survival check, even though it probably doesn't make any sense, but you just gotta do a 10 or better to do a decent job. Oh, that's sleight of hand.
I know.
What are you trying to take something?
No. Make it hard for it like it was never there before.
Mm. So you're
I'm more
essentially
precise.
hide
Trying to
in
make
the
it more
hole better.
precise. Make it more precise with my hands than just just putting on it.
Okay. He's gonna go back here. He's gonna roll a diplomacy check to try to get her convinced to come back out here right away. And she's gonna roll a counter one. She failed. And you just hear, "Fine, go back to eating your damn breakfast. I'll take care of this. But if he mentions spiders one more time, well, he's all yours at that point." And she's not being quiet about this, so. So she's walking this way, and at that time you're pretty much done. She goes, "Oh, are you in the market for a couple of spears or swords, are you?"
Oh no, I'm just fixing the little hole of the knife hole when I threw at your brother.
"Oh, you even threw a knife at him, huh? He didn't mention anything about that. He just told me to get back out there. There's something interesting that I needed to look at." I guess you boys were playing around a little too hard, huh? Well, it's a good thing we have plenty of this putty. You wouldn't believe how many times they drop a sword or knife or whatever and it sticks in the wall or the floor, or these guys around here. And then of course sometimes people want to try out weapons and it slips out of their hand. I'm sure you've seen plenty of that happen before.
I recall every single time, either mostly with Shade, his weapon being flung from his hand.
But I guess you want me to look at this book again and see if I can help you with something. And she's gonna look at it again. She goes, "It is a very interesting book. Some of these calculations I've seen before, but some of them are new to me, and they might take a little while to decipher. But as far as what I guess you said appears to be as a recipe book, or recipes and items, you'd be right about that. It is It looks like it's some old alchemist's book, and he probably crafted some pretty unique potions with this stuff. Some of these, like I said, I've heard of before, and others I have no idea what they do. I guess if I had the materials, I could try to make some of this stuff. Some of it I do have on hand, but some of it I don't.
Or if I feel like, let's face it, you're the only one amongst this entire place that can probably use this, really.
But yeah, if you were interested, I could take this book off your hands if you don't have a use for it anymore. It does.
I don't see how
have
me or
some-
my allies can use it, really. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, other than being able to make these potions for you, I guess I could give you maybe a little bit of a discount on a few things. Since you did bring me a whole new set of recipes for me to make and try out, and it'll give me something to do that is interesting. Would that be a good agreement?
Above Game Cloud, what items would only be selected items, or for the discount part?
Yeah, she's going to essentially discount certain potions and items in her shop. And they'll automatically be discounted once you agree to this. Not everything's going to be discounted, but certain things will be.
That'll be fine. Agreed. I'll go ahead and shake my hand to it.
And you hand her the book. So now I need to take this out of your journal.
Alright, and I'll stretch my hand as an agreement shake.
Alright, well, I hope I can make some pretty interesting potions and items for you, and I know one of your friends had dropped off an item, or a potion I should say, that they wanted to see if I could either figure out what it did or replicate it, and I've had some interesting results.
Oh, she's probably talking about my actual official one of the spring water.
Yeah, was it you that gave her the spring water, or was it?
No.
AU?
Faye gave me the queen of the pixie blessing water.
Oh yeah.
Since technically mine was more official given away, where you still took hers through a bath.
Right. Did you give her that, or did AU give her one?
No, just AU. AU gave her the water remains. I have mine still.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Sakura gave her one of the other potions as well. One of the
potions. Yes, the potions we found. Yes. Yeah. I had those potions between both Sakura and AU.
Yep. She goes, but yeah, in a couple of days I might have some more interesting potions if you want to come back and see about buying them. I don't know how well this is going to go. As I've said, I've not crafted any of these before, so if you hear an explosion, just ignore it.
Alright, and that's sort of an apology for the whole I wiggle my hands at the giant spiders. How about I go ahead and buy you a drinking meal over at the inn?
You see her kind of blush a little bit. She goes, "Are you asking me out?"
Sadly, there's not many options around this old place, and I kind of getting bored a little bit.
Well, I mean, it has been a while, but at the same time, I mean, I guess a drink wouldn't hurt, but I wouldn't expect much more than that.
I just give my eyes just squint a little bit, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
With a smile. And I think that'll probably be it for the rest of the time. My rest of the time will probably just be talking with Dante more about this past of the trials, mostly. This one night thing with her, which probably nothing really is going to happen, really. It really is just for a little bit of poetry, really.
Yeah.
And I guess the last thing I'll go ahead and ask would be Jack. Is to look out for items that can help or above game. I want to see if you can probably find a better version of the mighty fist of mighty amulet of mighty fist, a higher tier one.
All right. So before you leave the shop, because you do see Jack in here, you go over and talk to him, and
Yeah.
you want to inquire if he can try to help track down specific items or
Above game, it'll
items
be
like
that.
that.
Yeah, that
You
or that or the Ring of Chameleon too. Actually,
Because you kind of describe what you're looking for essentially, and he's like, "Well, I think I've heard of that item before, and that other one I've never really heard of, but with that kind of description, I think I can be on the lookout for it anyway. Something that does similar properties."
yep. I think that'd
You,
probably be it for me. We can move on to someone else.
you see him pulling out a little journal, and it seems to have a lot of stuff on the list, and he's writing a couple more your items on the bottom of it. He goes, "Man, I'm gonna be busy this next time out. Getting all kinds of requests. Not to mention the things around here we're kind of running low on. It looks like I'll have to make some pretty good trades so I can get some money so I can buy some of these other supplies. I did make a little bit of money off of your group though, so that'll help out."
Yeah, about those 5 potions from you recently.
Yeah, I just kind of have some random stuff on me sometimes, and other times I get stuff that Jill and Tove are having a hard time selling here, so they send me out to try to sell it other places, and sometimes it works out, and other times not so much. But we keep the business running. And thanks to Kronos, I get to go to lots of interesting places to find lots of interesting items.
I think back with the conversation I had with Dante. As much as I want to ask the question, I feel like I have built up enough of a relationship to do anything about that, so I'm not gonna bring it up.
He goes, "Well, yeah, I'll definitely put these on the list. I'm not sure any of your other friends have anything else they want me to look out. Make sure to tell them to come talk to me before either you guys leave or I leave. I'll be leaving in a couple of days, so I should be hanging out here in town for a little bit longer yet, but eventually I got to get back at it. I've already been here for 2 weeks as it is. But it was well worth the wait. Seeing Fizbin come back and having that little battle royale moment there. That was fun to watch, wasn't it?"
Well, Mr. Moneybags did give me a bonus for that bet.
Yeah, no, I won a little bit and I lost a little bit. I pretty much broke even. But yeah, it's always fun, and sometimes entertainment around here is a little hard to come by, but that was definitely probably the highlight of the month at least. If not the whole year. We'll just have to see how it develops. But I'll probably be gone for quite some time next time I head out. So I don't know when the next time is I'll see you.
Hopefully, the next time we come back from the trial, you already came back and drop off the items with your siblings.
I guess that depends on how long it takes you guys. Sometimes you guys aren't gone very long, and other times, well, I guess last time you were gone quite a long time. But yeah, if I get back before you, I'll try to add these items to their shop for you. Yeah, is there anything else you need from me today? And he's waiting on your answer there.
No, I got nothing. That's it. Yeah, the rest of the time at this point for Thon, it'll probably just be talking with Dante every now and then because want to get to know as much as I can, and actually have someone outside of the group to talk to regularly. Two, checking with Kronos about the deal, and I think that's probably it.
All right. So
Oh,
before you
every
leave,
now and then, I'll have practice with the flying to the point where I get rid of all the polished rocks.
all right. So before you end up leaving, he goes, "Oh, just one more thing." He gets all serious now instead of all friendly. He goes,
Of course, I knew
goes-
I knew this would happen.
He goes, "If you hurt her, well, you could forget about all your items, and you should probably worry about what some of these items can do to you."
Oh, don't worry. I'll go ahead and look at him. She's not my type.
Well, I'm just saying, I gotta be that protective brother. She is my little sister after all. There's no length I won't go to get back at you if you hurt her.
I just stare with a smile on my
But
face.
other than that, have a good day. And he smiles back at you. He went from all serious back to happy-go-lucky. Alright, so your next move is you're going to essentially wait till night to go have a drink with her, because she ain't going to come in the middle of the day because she's working.
No, and nothing's really going to happen. I'm just going to get treated. That's it. It really is just for apology. That's it.
Yeah. Alright, so we're still going to play this out a little bit. Got plenty of time to
Alright,
burn.
fine. Alright then. And besides that, eventually I'll go ahead and go back to the blacksmith to go ahead and grab my new thieves' tools. And during that should be everything pretty much, and you can go ahead and move on to the next person.
Alright, so Jill comes in at night. Gotta move Dante back down here. He goes, "Oh, Hassan, you're back, are ya? Oh, and I
Yep.
see you brought a friend this time." He kind of winks at you a little bit. He goes, "I guess, what are you having?"
For me, the cheapest things you have. For her, whatever she wants. Only one set.
Alright, I'm gonna look at what this stuff costs, because it does cost stuff for the alcohol, as you guys were told. Where's that? Here it is. Items in. Alright, so the cheapest thing that he can give you for a drink is probably a jug of mead, which is 3 gold.
Alright, fine.
And she looks, and she goes, "So, you're buying this as an apology then?" And obviously that's what you said you were doing.
I did say that in the beginning with her, that I'll go ahead and get her food or drink as apology.
Yep. She goes, "Okay, well, she's looking at her choices. She goes, "How about we crack open a bottle of that fine wine that I see? So it's been a while since I've had any wine." And that is 10 gold.
Alright.
So your total is 13 gold.
That's fine.
So she gets a bottle of fine wine out. You get a little jug of ale. You both are going to do some drinking for a little while. There's about 10 drinks in the wine. Are you guys going to split it, or is she going to drink the majority of it?
I took the ale for myself. The cheap I took the cheap one for myself. If she want to take all that 10 for herself, go ahead.
Well, she's going to look at you and be like, "Oh, come on. Don't let me drink this alone."
I'm good.
Alright, well, I guess I'll have to just have Dante keep some of this on the shelf for me for a later date. And she takes a couple sips of it. A couple glasses. She's about 2 glasses in. That's when you see Jack walk in.
Mhm.
And he comes up and he goes, What do you got on tap, Dante? Okay, I'll take a glass of ale. It'll be fine. And he just kind of gives you a nod, like he's just like, hey, what's up? Pretty much, kind of nod. And he starts drinking a little bit. See if Jill can handle her alcohol. Oh, she made it. So she seems to be getting a little tipsy. You can see she's kind of giggling up and laughing. She goes, it's been a while since anybody's, I guess you could say, been man enough to actually ask me out for a drink. She goes, I appreciate it. I know it's just an apology, as you were saying, but I still appreciate it. He goes, anyway, this is pretty good wine, but I think I've quite had enough for the night. And she walks over to you, and she goes, I guess I should probably get going, and, I gotta run a shop in the morning. And she gives you a little kiss on the cheek. She goes, thanks for the wonderful evening. And she walks off. Jack just kind of turns over to you and goes, well, at least she had a good time. Kind of hard to keep her happy sometimes.
Well, I don't know what exactly the deal is that you and your family made with Kronos to stay here, but who knows? She gets tired. Of course, she's gonna get tired of staying here all the time.
Well, that's the thing. She wasn't here until about a couple of weeks before you guys were coming. See, we, I guess you could say my family gets kind of essentially commissioned to come here to be a shop for whoever's going to undergo the trials. And it's kind of been a family tradition for generations that, some of us, we always, all of our family practices some form of shopkeeping. And, well, through the generations, we've been asked to come here and, make some money and learn some interesting facts about the universe and all that. And yeah, we've always agreed. Nobody's ever really refused, because why not? I mean, we're making all kinds of money. Better
Do
than
you
back
guys
home.
eventually? So what? Do eventually when you retire from this section, you get to go back home,
From what
and
I
someone
understand,
and someone new from your family would go ahead and take the new spot.
yeah, from what I understand, that's, at least from what I've heard from my grandpa and my father himself, pretty much once the trials are over, there may be gaps in time, might be 5, 10, 15, 100 years. Depends on just depends on the whim of Kronos and when the next trials are going to be before we're needed again. So yeah, we do get returned, but the odd thing is we make all this money and everything, but we get returned back to pretty much the exact time we left, but with, a lot more money. So it's not like we lose any time. We just gain a bunch of money.
I turned my head towards Dante and looking to him as if like this is his first time hearing all this.
He goes, well, I knew there was some kind of deal between you guys, but I didn't know it was that extensive. I mean, I have seen, I guess, other members of your family, but I didn't know you were all related. I just thought it was random shopkeeps that were brought in. Now, I know as far as Keegan and Lume are concerned, they've been here for quite a while. I think they actually have some sort of thing going on as well, but they've pretty much been living here for the last 300 years. Not quite sure what that's all about, but who knows? Maybe they gained favor with a god or goddess, or who knows? I have no idea what their deal is, but as far as what's going on with Jack and his family, I had no idea that's the extent of what was going on. I did know that. I am curious, Jack. How do you always seem to come and go whenever you please? As you said, you guys don't get a return until after the trials, but you seem to be able to leave. And you just you see him kind of grab his hand, and he seems to be rubbing something. And he goes, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's a whole nother deal with me and Kronos.
You said he was grabbing onto something just now?
Yep.
Perception check to see. 30.
You could see him rubbing a ring on his hand that has a bright blue stone in it.
All right, that's going to be something I need to put down my notes to remember next time. Continue.
He goes, yeah, I'm not really supposed to talk about that, and honestly, I don't know if I was supposed to talk about my family's history or not. I know there's a lot of rules and things that aren't supposed to be said, so let's just keep
Were you
it between
told
us for
at
now.
all? Were you told ever wants to be kept quiet about any of this?
Let's say yes and no. I have been told to be kept quiet about a few things, and other things I haven't been yet, but it's been implied. It must just be the alcohol talking. That's what I'm gonna blame it on anyway. And if you repeat anything I've said, I'll just deny it.
All right. I guess we can say that this is just around the wherever it happens on the table.
Yeah, let's just
A
keep it
beer
between us
stays.
guys. Yeah.
Yes.
I know Kronos is fairly, at least generous to us anyway, I should say. I don't know how she is with y'all, but I would like to stay in her favor, as it has been nothing but good for me and my family for the many generations that it has been.
I like to get out.
Well, I guess once you do, I don't know what I guess I'll have to go back to just being a regular traveling salesman, but I guess I will miss this this adventure as it is.
I won't.
I understand it's not as pleasant for you all. I mean, you've literally got to face, you know, death and peril around every corner, and I can't even imagine what you guys are going through. And
Have you
I
seen my
honestly,
friend?
oh, you're talking about the other Catfolk. Yeah, we kind of seen her and questioned what happened to her, but I mean, she definitely is looking a little worse for wear.
You know what? Since we're anything we're gonna say here on the table is gonna stay here. I'm just gonna I guess I'll say this then. I just tried to make a deal with Kronos when we got back here. You know, I think Kronos hasn't taken the token yet, right? She told me to
Right.
keep it on until then. I'll pull
Right.
out the token and put it on the table. My offer was to essentially give this up until at least get her back to her age.
Dante and Jack both look at it and they go, "What is that?"
Oh, what, Dante? You been telling me she never offered this to you or your group?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Oh, fuck. Essentially, it's a one free token of us coming back. If we get killed once during these trials, we come back.
Are you serious? I mean, that little thing right there has that much power?
It has portion of her power in it.
Well, I suppose Kronos has gotten a lot stronger over the years, but that was definitely never offered to our group. If it had been, we might have been able to survive and actually finish the trials and not be here. But I guess that's all in the past. I don't want to think about it.
Yeah, best probably not. Where the point is, I'll give up my free token, and that means if I get killed, I get killed.
Jack and Dante both look at you and go, "Well, that is a fairly noble gesture, but what are you wanting for it in return?"
To have my friend be back at the age when we got here in the first place.
Mm, I see your dilemma and your proposition. I mean, it does sound like a pretty good deal, but you said that she gave you that item.
Yep.
Mm. Well, I know that, like I said, I don't know all the rules or how everything works out here, but I know that some things she has the power to just do whenever, on her own whims. But I do know that over the years I've witnessed her saying a few different times that there's some things that she has to get okayed first. And you know, and I ask myself, well, who does the goddess of time have to answer to? Well, that I
To
don't
the
know.
other gods.
That I
Apparently,
don't
right now
really
she
know.
says she's talking to other gods right now.
Hmm. Well, from what I understand about most gods, like I said, I've been around here quite a while. Most gods are not as generous as she is how I would put it. And some of them are downright nasty. So, and I don't know if they have some sort of voting system or what, but I wish you the best of luck with that.
All right, that's it.
All right, so you had your drink. Then you're eventually the very next day or the day after, you're going to go play with your rocks. Then you're going to go talk to Kronos and essentially hang out and wait for the rest of the party to get done with what they're doing, right?
Yeah, and I grabbed my new thief tools.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, you go the next day back into the smith shop and you come in. Lume is there and she goes, "Oh, you're looking for Keegan's. I think he's just about done with the finishing touches." And you hear him pounding a few more times and then he goes, "Yep, yeah, no, just a second." She goes, "All right, I'll let him take care of it. I got to get back to what I was doing." And she walks back over here and you see him quench these tools and then he takes out a little wire brush and he kind of cleans them off real quick and he grabs a towel and wipes them off. He goes, "Yeah, yeah, right here. Here they are. I knew you were coming. I was just trying to finish them up this morning." And he hands you a new set of thieves' tools.
Thank you.
He goes, "I don't really care to ask what you need those for, but they should
Oh, we
get you
both
into
know.
most
We
places."
both know what they're for. We both know what they're for. Don't even try to deny it.
Because they should help you get into most places. But can I do anything else for you?
No, that'll be it.
Alrighty. Well, you have a good day, and maybe one of these days I've hear you've been quite the connoisseur of the alcohol. Maybe we can have a drink together one of these nights.
Yes. Before I go, Quegan, just ask me one. Let me ask this one question. Was it your choice? Oh, did you have a choice to stay here?
Oh, you're wondering how we got here. Well, you
Yeah, I'm
see,
only. That can be done through drinks. All I just want to know is, was it your choice to stay here?
yeah, yeah, we could return home if we wish to, but the problem is there's really no home to return to.
Now that can be a story for the drinking nights then.
All right.
And that'll
Well,
be it.
yeah, we can maybe later tonight we'll have some drinks and talk about it if you wish. Kind of a touchy subject with the wife, but I'm not as I'm not too worried about it. It was a long time ago. All right, looks like you're gonna have to go talk to Kronos and then have one more conversation while you're drinking. So, and then that'll be you. So, you're going to come back out here. And we'll have to find Kronos. You're down on the, you would be over here actually, but essentially you go to the town square and you don't see her anywhere yet.
Hmm. How can I have fun this time?
She is on the map, but you just can't see her from where you're at.
I know that's what you said, so I'm thinking, how can I have fun this time?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got an idea. Instead, this time, with the remaining 25 rocks polish, I begin putting them in the pond and see how they eventually fill it up.
The pond or the fountain?
Fountain.
Okay, the fountain. All right, so you walk up to the fountain and you start kind of putting them in there.
Yep, 25.
All right, and as you're doing that, she kind of comes down and it's like, "What are you doing?"
We walked in the pond and then water fountain.
Hmm. Well, they don't necessarily look bad. They actually kind of, almost with the shadows, they almost look like little fish in the fountain. I think with some rearranging, they would actually look pretty nice. She goes, "Are you gonna leave them there?"
Yeah, I don't really need them anymore.
All right. Well, I'll rearrange them later, and I think they'll be a good addition to it. But I guess it's a good thing I did find you. I did just get done communicating with the last one, the last god, and we had a fairly long discussion. And
Just three straight with me. Don't try to delay it.
well, see the way that these rulings, I guess you could call them, work is you propose something and to each and every one of the gods, and as long as there's more than a majority vote for it or against it, that's what I have to go with. And unfortunately, you missed it by one vote, so they have denied your request. Now, remember, I said it was not my choice. I did try to plead your argument, and I even proposed the idea of sacrificing more than one coin, and they still weren't going for that. So I did try my best. I hope you believe that. But unfortunately, at this time, they've ruled against it. They did, however, come up with an interesting proposal for you all.
Speak.
I would rather tell the whole party at the same time
I'd like to hear it now.
what their proposal was. And I guess at the end of the week, if you all want to come meet me over by the stairs, I will let you know what their proposal was.
Kronos, I want to know now.
Well, if you promise not to tell anybody else, because I do want it to all be their own decision, and I don't want it to be influenced any other way, I can tell you.
You were
But
about to make it. I asked the same request of you if this went through. Now, you kept it.
yes. Well, anyway, they had proposed, since you have completed 5 of the trials, that they would allow you to essentially return to your time with about 20 years left to live. And you'd retain your memories, or at least some of your memories from here. And some of your items from here as well. So essentially, they're giving you about half your lives back, or the opportunity for it. but you would essentially be forfeiting the opportunity to gain your full life back. But you would be returned home.
Question.
But
Would
it has
I
to
still be?
be your own decision.
That's fine. I need to hear. I'm asking you a question now. Will I still be the same as she is right now, or she go back to what she once was?
Well, if she accepted, she would be granted restored 20 years of her life. So she would be, about 20 years younger than she is. She wouldn't be as young as she was when she came here, but she would be younger than she is now. But as I said, this will have to be each and every one of you's individual decision. And if somebody does decide to leave, well, it's not necessarily the end of the trials if other people wish to stay. As I can bring in others for the trials that have either made it this far already or would have made it this far.
The moment she said that, I am thinking back with Dante how much he begged for a new replacement for something like this to happen. And I'll go ahead now and ask, then how come you didn't give this request, you didn't give this option to Dante and to Dante then?
Well, things have changed a lot in the last, 5,000 years. And he was actually part of, let's say, the first few hundred trials. You see, these trials have been going on for a long, long, long time. And
I don't need to hear all of this.
we've learned a lot of things over the years, and we've deemed that some of the trials are a bit excessive, and we've tried to think of other ways to help people out. But unfortunately, in Dante's case, it was still pretty early on, and well, like I said, the rules are not decided by me. And he was given an opportunity to essentially live for, well, forever, and he chose it instead of going back to his normal life.
In my head, I'm all thinking of is the bird in the cage.
But I know you probably won't understand it all, but it's, like I said, a lot of it's above me as well. I just kind of do, well, what my duty is.
I'm walking up, I'm going, and this would be eventually we're gonna need to go back to this part,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm gonna need to go to Shade.
All right. So
This will
you're
be my final. This is gonna be my final last ditch effort.
all right. So you're gonna go try to find Shade, which he's training. So
Yeah. So if we need to go to the next person, and eventually we come back to me then.
all right. So we've done you. We did Aurora.
Sorry, everyone. I
So
tried to speed up as much as I can. I didn't think it was all this was gonna happen with it.
so we're gonna go with, and he's not back yet. Obviously, we're gonna go with Connor and Shade, kind of as a duo here. So I know what Connor wanted to do, and we'll go over more of it later if necessary, but Shade and Fizbin are in here. They've been in here training for what seems like quite a while, actually. But obviously, this would be their first day. Connor's just going to be over here. You will eventually be coming in. So will Aurora. Aurora actually will come in before you, because Aurora was coming here to talk to Mazikeen. So we have a lot of things going on, and it's hard to keep it all in order. So okay, Connor's in here. He's swinging his axe. He's doing push-ups. He's lifting some weights. Don't ask where they came from. It seems like Fiona's got a whole, thing of workout equipment essentially. She's got weights that are just metal rods with some stones on the edges of them. He's doing his push-ups, his sit-ups, just doing general workout stuff, trying to improve his overall fitness. He did say something about wanting to challenge Fiona one-on-one, so eventually they'll do that, but not until Connor's actually back. So unfortunately, you guys will have to wait to see how that plays out. But all this while, he's in here, he's training up. Fiona's kind of instructing him, trying to help push him on. Shade, you and Fizbin have been in here talking and training, and he's been essentially trying to help you unlock some secrets of your weapon. Now, this is where you actually get to start talking, Shade, and asking questions and doing things.
Well, I mean, if I've been training for 3 days, how?
No, you're at day 1. This is day 1. Because, like I said, we're jumping around on times here. Because we've been going in order. Do you do anything special day 1? Do you ask him anything? Or you just intensify training, trying to focus on using the weapon?
Well, you told me that the weapon can't be leveled up or normally, so how would that work with this weapon?
All right.
When you say
You
it has,
wanna-
I have to be attuned with it, how does that work?
All right, so you and Fizbin are going to talk about the attunement of this weapon. As he sees you're struggling with getting a grasp of how to transform it and all that, he tells you, well, don't worry, young one. It's more of a matter of feel and a matter of familiarity, I would call it, with this weapon. You see, the longer you train with this weapon and the longer it is in your possession, the more you'll become to understand it and almost be able to talk with it, and even kind of sort of be able to get it to do what you want it to do. It might take a couple of days, it might take a couple of weeks. It's kind of variant depending on the person, but I will tell you, the stronger you get, the stronger the weapon seems to become as well. So in the right hands, that weapon could be very devastating. Or it could be, as cute as hitting somebody with a plastic stick. It just all really depends on the person wielding it. I will say that weapon does have some particular, let's just call them quirks. But we'll get into that later. Anyway, and he's going to just keep instructing you how to kind of sort of focus your energy and trying to visualize what you're trying to turn it into. And he goes, now remember, it does have its own limitations. It can only be turned into some form of actual melee weapon. It could be a sword, it could be a spear, you could even make it into a hammer, but that's going to take a bit more concentration. But, each one has its own strengths and weaknesses, obviously.
Right.
Essentially, that was day 1 of your training, was learning that about it. So for day 2, is there any other questions? Or do you want to take some practice swings?
I mean, I can spar with him.
He just telling you to take some practice swings. He's not actually saying he's going to spar with you. He's just watching you. So the one-handed sword, okay. He goes, yeah, you seem to got that one down pretty well, but that's its base form. But I am glad that you can actually pull it out of the sheath, as not everybody is capable of doing that. He goes, how about you, yeah, there you go. So essentially, you're going to learn up to the twin blade, and that is as far as you're going to be able to learn for right now.
Right.
So he goes, yeah, you pretty much got the slashing weapons down pat. We'll have to work on it a little bit more. I don't know, I'll only be in town for a couple more days, but I'll try to write down some information for you and try to give you some little bit more history on the weapon. I mean,
what I'd like to know is how is he able to wield the weapon?
well, remember when I said that weapon has some particular quirks?
Yeah.
Well, one of the quirks is that you have to be some form of a follower of the Great Bahamut.
Huh.
And, well, essentially, as long as you are a follower and worship him on the regular, and don't oppose his will and teachings, that weapon should, theoretically, stay with you until the day you die. Now, if you do oppose his teachings or stir his wrath, that weapon will immediately eject itself from you, and you'll never see it again.
Well, that sucks.
See, it has its own, like I said, quirks, and why that being one of the most major reasons why it just appears in the most random of places, as it has some sort of dimensional teleportability. If, you know, like I said, somebody fails to follow the very basic first step, which is being a follower of Bahamut and, you know, respecting his ways and teachings. Essentially, if
Right.
you don't, well, say goodbye to the weapon forever, as it will make sure you will never be able to find it again. It kind of has a mind of its own. We're not, you know, it's not entirely clear how that happened. There is a lot of rumors of the origin of this weapon, and I've wrote some of those down for you, but
So
we'll get back to that later.
So basically, it's like a 1 in a million chance somebody will ever find this weapon.
It is a very rare occurrence, and then even if they do, like you've seen before, if you're not a follower of Bahamut, it appears to just be a rusty sword that they can do nothing with. So even if people do find it, and it is that case that it appears to be a rusty sword, most people throw it away. You know, they just essentially just get rid of it. They don't really care what happens to it.
That's crazy.
But you know, I don't know where exactly you guys found that, but I would say yes, you were very fortunate to come across it, as it is a fairly rare weapon. It is pretty much, I think, the only one of its kind, but don't quote me on that.
Interesting. So, so I know it's able to. There are limitations to said weapon. If I transform it into a certain form, Is there a time limit on how long I can wait to transform it again?
Yes, actually. There is a time limit, and as you've noticed, it takes quite a bit of concentration to actually get it to transform into a different weapon. And it can only hold that form for so long, and there is a little bit of a cooldown before you can transform it again.
So if my character becomes more attuned to it, will
Well,
it be more efficient later on down the road, or is that just kind of how it's going to be?
well, I will say that it's different for every person that wields it. It
Alright.
depends on willpower and your overall ability to wield the weapon.
Okay. It makes sense.
But yes, the stronger you get, the better things should get.
Alright.
The more you use it, the more attuned you should get to it.
It makes sense.
So you're on to day 3 of training, and this is when Aurora is going to be coming in, but let's keep going with you for a minute.
So I guess the only thing I'd ask, is there anything he would recommend as a form of training that I could do or practice? Is there anything he'd recommend I do to become more attuned with it, or is it just murdering stuff with it?
Well, you see, that's a good question. Some believe that you scoring kills, as you would call them, with the weapon does help with the attunement, but some believe it just has everything to do with the amount of time you spend with it, and some even make sure they sleep with it in their hand. But if you want my opinion, I would say I would probably just spend a few hours, or even a couple of minutes a day, just kind of meditating and thinking of Bahamut's teachings, and trying to respect them as much as possible. Doing what you would normally do on a daily basis. Going out of your way to help people. Respecting the rules of the rite of combat. Just the normal stuff. And obviously it can't hurt to practice more with it, whether that be in combat or not.
Right. Alright.
But yeah, you might find later on, if you make it that far, that is, that that weapon is definitely got some unique abilities later.
Alright.
As I could show you a couple of them, but I don't want to take it back from you, because me wielding it might reset your attunement. And you've already a couple of days into it. You've already unlocked a few more secrets of it. But you don't need to worry about that from anybody that isn't at least some form of follower of Bahamut. Because, yeah, they could take the weapon from you, but it won't attune to them.
Right. Alright.
But it can only be attuned to one person at a time.
I'm assuming that's I should probably remember that.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah, so
Alright.
if somebody does take it from you, and they're able to wield it,
it could
well,
badly.
well, you might lose it. So I'd be careful with it.
I attach a rope or string to it, so it's attached to me.
But other than that, just being separated from it for a long enough period, it might not be attuned to you as well. So I mean, as long as it's within I would say, around your person. It doesn't necessarily have to be on you. I wouldn't worry too much about it, but I wouldn't let anybody walk off with it and you lose it for quite some time.
Right.
Because unlike the weapon's ability to get away from you, you have no way to pull it back to you.
Right.
And if it's gone too long, it might decide to just disappear again.
Well, hopefully it doesn't develop an attitude.
Well, I think you'll be safe there as long as you, pretty much continue doing what you've been doing. As far as I could tell, you must be doing something right. Otherwise, the weapon wouldn't even let you wield it.
I don't know about that. It kind of appeared when I died, so, yeah.
You died, huh?
Yeah, either...
Was there anything weird about when you died?
Long story short, we, were kind of, I would say, in the Fey realm, and I was taking my own path, and I tried to save a bunch of forest creatures, and I walked into a wolf onslaught.
Mm.
And so in the process of trying to save a bunch of animals, I died.
Huh. And so how did you come across the weapon then, if you died before you got it?
Actually, the person to the left of us found it. It was laying next to my body.
It was close by?
Yeah. So I don't know if it was there the entire time or it appeared there, but yeah.
So you said you died, but yet you're here.
Yep. The phase pretty much brought me back to life.
Well, how long were you dead?
I don't know. Long enough that I was hearing voices.
Interesting. Voices, you say?
Well, yeah, a voice. Don't necessarily know who it was or how I was communicating with them, but yeah.
Well, in some of the stories that I've read, is some people feel like that sword itself calls to a worthy successor of it, and it may or may not have even been there before you died. It may have came to you. Maybe you were chosen. I don't know. I've heard some odd stories about that weapon, but from what you just told me, I would say it's possible.
So maybe the voice I was actually hearing might have been the sword itself.
It'd be odd. I've never really heard anybody else say that the sword talks to them, especially not on the regular, but I guess it is a possibility. I mean, that sword is... Well, it's a mystery how its magic came to be as it is. There is, like I said, some rumors of its origin, but who knows which one's true.
So, how often do you actually return to this realm? Or this town?
I kind of just come here on a whim. I think it's probably been... Oh, I don't even know. I'd have to ask Kronos for sure how long it's been, but I'd say no more than a couple of years since the last time I was here. But
jeez.
You know, it's it was quite some time before that. Me and her had you could say a falling out for a little while.
Really?
But yeah, it was a minor disagreement. She blew it out of proportion, and I wasn't allowed to come back here for a little while.
So, would it be possible to ask where you're originally from?
We'll save that for another visit. I do need to get returning home here, probably in the next day or so. But
Alright.
it has been a pleasure at teaching another student, as you did learn that I have come here off and on to try to train Fiona and I guess even Mazikeen a little bit. And it seems like every time I come back, they definitely are a little bit stronger, and they always wish to challenge me.
So,
Kind of see where they're at.
so before you go, I have to ask. I've actually tried to spar with Fiona a few times. How much stronger would you say she is from where I'm at right now?
Well, considering I sparred with both of you quite recently,
I know she's much stronger than me, but
I'm pretty sure
how
that
much?
last fight with her and I, she actually got a little bit stronger, actually.
Oh, Lord.
Because, well, she seems to thrive in dire combat situations. She's a little bit crazy when it comes to combat, as you've probably noticed. The more she gets hurt, the stronger she seems to get. So,
Yeah, I've managed to. I wouldn't say hurt her. Let's say scratch her once.
the biggest thing is you don't want her to get angry. If she gets angry, she gets quite stronger.
Yeah.
And she does have a short temper, so it's pretty easy to get her angry.
Yep, I accidentally used magic on her once. Did not end well.
Oh, yeah, she hates magic. She, see, her and Mazikeen, like I said, I've been trying to train them for many years off and on, and, well, she never really took to magic very well. Whereas Mazikeen did. And they seem to be separated themselves and pride themselves in being completely opposite.
Yep. I used my breath attack on her once. She was not happy.
Well, I recommend you don't do that again.
Yep.
But I would say if I was judging her strength versus your strength, I'd say you got a chance, but I think the chance is in her favor.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hopefully,
there's always one way to find out, but
oh no! I've challenged her so many times. She's annoyed.
yeah, she does get that way.
Yeah. So I
Just
have
between
to
me and you, Mazikeen's worse.
really.
Yeah, if I've known her for a while, and she has her issues, but her biggest one is her personality's not very cheery. Yeah, but you probably don't know that because you probably never actually spoken to her, as you didn't have much reason to.
No, I guess before you showed up, I was hoping to best her in combat, which I learned is not easy to actually get her to train me if I was to beat her, but I guess the training is me trying to actually beat her.
Well, I guess if you do manage to beat her, I'm curious as to what the reward will be. She does have quite the collection of magic items, armor, and weapons.
Really?
Yes, and I don't know if she's offered anything to you as a reward, or if she
Nope.
even mentioned a reward. But
She did.
well, if she mentioned a reward, it's probably one of those. But as you can see, the wall behind me, she's got a plethora of different weapons she's trained with.
Yeah.
I mean, her favorite is her axe, but
Oh yeah, after I got a little stronger, I actually managed to give her enough of a challenge. She switched to the axe and was immediately handed my ass.
Well, it's a good thing for you that Kronos has a strict no killing policy in her her castle, I should call it. And that they seem to follow the rules for the most part. I mean, I'm not to say there hasn't been accidents, but that's why we got some fairly powerful magic casters on standby, just in case, you know.
So, last question to take up your time. I know that Bahamut likes it when his disciples leave him offerings and stuff. Is there anything you particularly leave as an offering? Because I've kind of just been leaving what I can. And I know he likes specific things. I mean, what would you recommend as a thank you?
I mean, just between me and you, he does like a good alcoholic drink every now and then. I know that's not something that most people would say that they know about him, but you've known him as long as I have.
It's funny you say that, because I actually left an offering of ale, and it was empty when I came back.
Well, I mean, you got to watch out though, because Keegan, he if he would have seen one just laying around, he might have come and drank it too.
It's true. It's true.
So maybe your offering was accepted, maybe it wasn't. I guess you'll have to find that out later.
All right. Well, I appreciate all the information.
Yeah, I could train you for the rest of the day, but tomorrow I'm gonna be leaving.
Yeah. Sounds good.
And like I said, I've taken some notes down, and I am gonna give you a small journal once I leave. But I guess we'll see. We'll keep training till then.
All right.
And at this time, because Connor's still gonna be training by himself, he's gonna call Fiona over and say, "Well, this will be my last day training him. So Fiona, I want to see how good your form is, and I want you to at least give him a little bit of a chance to test out some of his abilities." It's like, all right, I'll do it for you. I didn't really want to fight him again so soon, but I am still a little sore from yesterday. Well, from a couple days ago, I should say. She goes, "You really didn't hold back, did you, Fizbin?" And he goes, "Well, yeah, maybe not that much." Goes, "Well, that's good. You shouldn't have been holding back at all, old man."
So just above game, I don't have my armor on still, do I?
You would have went and got it by now.
Okay.
It's been 3 days.
Okay.
All right, Fiona. So she's going to start with her greatsword today. And she's going to even allow you to go first. It will take you, if you're going to use that weapon, it will take you a 4-round action to transform it.
Yeah, I'll switch it to the Twin Fang.
Alright. Alright, well that's your turn then.
Mm-hmm.
So she is going to... I suppose you guys wouldn't be this close. She's gonna be like, "Oh, I see you're switching weapons, are you? Alright, well if we're getting that serious..." She puts away her sword and pulls out her great axe. She goes, "On your go."
So she's letting me go.
Well, she took half her turn to pull her weapon out. She didn't bother to. She can't do anything from where she's at. She took her movement action to pull her weapon out. She just says, "Your go," and she kind of does the come at me kind of move. You're gonna have to get closer than that. There you go. So you come walking up to her. She is gonna choose not to attack of opportunity you, and allow you to try to hit her.
I swung.
I know. I'm looking at what her AC is. Okay, so you hit her with all the attacks. And do a total of 55, 60, 70, 92 damage. She's like, "Oh, wow. You, I don't know if it's the weapon or if it's you, but you're definitely stronger than the last time we fought. Because it wasn't even that long ago. Congrats." She's like, "Well, I guess it's my turn." I know she hit you with the first two.
Yeah.
What's your yeah?
Did you? My AC says 15.
You didn't put your what? You gotta click on the armor. It's on the armor page. You gotta put the box on. Your armor's in your inventory, just not equipped.
Yeah,
You just gotta click the little box.
I clicked it.
Yep. Now what's it say?
28.
28. All right. So she hit you with the first two hits. Then you are going to take what is that? 85 damage. Quite a hit, right?
Yeah.
She goes, "Oh, you're still standing. I'm surprised." Well, is that all you got, or are you done? You do realize that, which I don't have it set up properly yet, but you actually get, because it is a twin blade, you get another set of attacks as a full round.
Oh,
You'll get 6 attacks.
so just click it one more time.
Yeah. Well, you don't hit her with the first 3. You hit her with the first 2 of the second series of attacks. So you did another 68 damage. She goes, "Oh, I guess I should get serious." And you see her muscles contract, and you see her kind of let out a scream a little bit. And she goes, "Well, you're definitely stronger. You managed to actually wound me a little bit. But I think our fun ends here."
And this is where I die. Yeah, let's just say I'm dead.
And she hits you a little bit too hard as she's fairly excited. And it actually knocks you back, and you are completely unconscious and dying at this point. She goes, "Oh no, I did it again. I hit him too hard." This was like, "I'll get Mazikeen. Just hang in there, Shade." And even though you're unconscious at this moment. It's Mazikeen. She did it again. You go help him out. If I must. I can't believe you. Look at all this blood everywhere. What'd you do to this poor guy?
Fucking bodied him.
It's like, you're lucky I can cast this spell, otherwise we'd be in real trouble. She is going to use... I gotta find it real quick. Thought it was a level 3 spell, but it's not. Yeah, I'll just use this one because I already know. Here it is. She goes, "You're gonna have to pay for that, Fiona." She's like, "Don't look at me. Look at Fizbin. He's the one that said to fight him. Said he was. I thought he was ready for this. I don't know what I'm gonna do with you. Guess I'll have to go talk to Jack." And she starts walking out. Fiona comes over and looks at you as you're laying on the ground. "Well, you just gonna stand there all day?" And she walks off. And as she walks off, she walks past Fizbin and she goes, "He ain't ready yet." It's like, I can see that. He goes, "Well, Shade, at least I know where you're at now. For sure. And, well, I guess you know where you stand against her as well. But, she should have been a little bit more gentle with you. I mean, she almost had your freaking arm cut off. Not that you remember. I mean, you were kind of bleeding out on the ground."
Yeah, that happens a lot.
But, my advice is I would wait at least another trial or two before you challenge her again. Maybe by then you'll be able to take her.
Yeah.
But she is quite formidable. She even managed to wound me pretty good a couple days ago. But it's a good thing you're not fighting Mazikeen.
Yeah, they're definitely strong.
Yeah. You better make sure you thank her later too. Otherwise you wouldn't be here right now.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate the help with not dying again.
Alright, and at this moment, when you're still in the middle of your discussion, Aurora's walking in as Mazikeen is walking out the door, or towards the door.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
I
you-
I asked him.
You walk in, you notice Shade on the ground getting up from a puddle of blood underneath of him, Fiona walking away, and Fizbin walking over to Shade. And you've seen Mazikeen was over there casting a spell just a second ago.
Alright. I asked Mazikeen, is everything alright in here?
He goes, "Oh, it's just another one of those days with Fiona. She just doesn't know how to hold back sometimes."
I sigh and I go, yeah, I feel that.
I was just about to head out to the, to go find Jack, as I had to use some items I would rather not have used, but Fizbin says he's gonna front the bill, so.
Would you be available at some point? I would like to request some services if you have time.
Well, I guess that depends on a few things. I am usually quite busy, meditating, but, it depends on what you want and what you're willing to do for me to get it.
So here's the thing. As what I can do as a wizard with a gun, I can't actually cast some lower level skills. You kinda trade that off.
Well, you didn't
So,
go through the proper schooling for it. Is that what you're saying?
well, to use what I use for a weapon, you kinda have to. You gotta give up 4 things, four funny little schools of magic. So it takes a lot of focus to really put it to work, to make it work.
What is
But
this thing that you're talking about?
I pull out my gun and say that I can take things like ray spells and other similar line spells. And I could fire them out of this to do major damage on top of the round that fires. Consider it a pairing of ranged martial ability with magic.
She starts looking at this thing and she goes, "So you're saying this little thing is capable of shooting out magic?"
Yes, it's a little more complicated than that, but it's a bit. It works like an arcane focus.
Oh, so you're saying that this is kind of like a divine symbol or some kind of focus symbol.
Exactly. It works a little differently than that. So
She goes, "It is an odd particular item. I've definitely never seen anything of its sort." She goes, "So," and she's fondling it. And she goes, "So what do you just look at somebody with it and then what?"
it's a little more complicated than that. So, and I demonstrate how it's used, but I should probably find some targets to use this on to show. Do we have a place we can test this out and I can show it to you?
I mean, what's it gonna do?
It's rather destructive.
I think the barrier around this place will suffice. We might have to
You have
repair a wall or something, but I mean, I was meaning to get rid of this plant anyway. It was dying, so yeah, see what you can do to that plant.
All right. So I'm going to use a standard attack. Fire that.
Obviously, you're gonna not be have her in front of it.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So
Um,
you fire it.
and
That
then
will hit,
I pair it on top of that.
and you catch the plant on fire,
Yeah.
and the plant burns down. And you hear Fiona go, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! What is going on? You got a fire over here!" And you see her going and grabbing a bucket and starting to splash water on it.
I
She
mean,
goes, "Mazikeen, what are you doing?"
I'm
Like, oh,
right.
she's yells at Fiona. "It wasn't me. It was I believe it was Aurora's the name of the person, but I told her to do it. It's okay. Don't worry about it." It's like, "But that was my plant." It's like, "Yeah, but you don't water it anyway. That's the most water it's got in the last month."
Oh, that's funny.
Because maybe you'll take better care of the next one.
Maybe you'll take better care of the next one.
He goes, this is getting back at me for having you have to get up and go save him, isn't it?" She just kind of grins at her. He goes, "Oh, you people." She goes, "Well, that was quite entertaining. And I see what you mean. It is quite loud, though."
Yeah, there's a real lack of subtlety with it.
But it does seem to be pretty useful.
Yeah, because, like, I don't have to deal with a staff, right? Or a wand or anything like that. And I get a nice little range out of it. It's very useful. It's come in handy quite a few times.
Well, now that I know what, I guess the reason why you would sacrifice such a thing for it, but I guess what can I do to help you with that? I guess what is your proposition?
So I need some lower level spells made as scrolls. It's a little more complicated than that, but effectively, I can't cast really low level stuff. Cantrips and the like. Can't do it. You kind of skip that part of the training and go straight to focusing on this and trying to get it to work. Effectively, it works, but you kind of skip some of the basics in the process. So effectively, I need scrolls of these spells, which shouldn't be terribly complicated for you. Some light spells, because we do go into these caves. It's fucking dark, can't see, and while I have night vision, a couple of my party members do not, which complicates things because they can't see. And then we get ambushed, so it's never great inside of these trials.
I see. So
stuff
you
like that.
wish for me to make you some magical scrolls of maybe lower level spells.
Nothing
Um,
taxing, really. I mean, I'll pay for the materials and stuff and whatnot, but
well,
just
that is the dilemma. I have dabbled with scrolls in the past. Sometimes not to very successful. I mean, I do know a lot of different types of magic, but scrolls is, I guess I didn't really pay too much attention when they were teaching how to do those that well. But
yeah.
I can make them. I'm just not very good at it yet. I haven't really practiced in quite some time,
Consider this a little extra practice then.
and I guess I would need the materials. I'm pretty sure you are. You aware of what you need?
I believe I need Valium and a couple other things. I'll have to talk to Keegan for it.
Well,
Nothing.
I actually think you would need to probably talk to Jill or Tove, because I'm gonna need ink, multiple different colors of ink,
Mhm.
and I will need some pens, obviously. And depending, like you said, vellum is the best choice, but it is hard to come by. Otherwise, I believe some high quality paper would suffice. It just won't be as easy to make.
Mhm.
And obviously, it'll take some time to actually make them, but I guess, yeah, you're willing to pay me for it, but what else would you be willing to do for it?
Well, I do have another one of these firearms that's a good bit quieter. However, it needs things that Jack and Jill sell called air cartridges. It's very quiet, doesn't make nearly as much noise. But you know, it is what it is.
Well, as entertaining as it was to watch you play with that, and it definitely got a little giggle out of me seeing Fiona's reaction, which is pretty much the only reason I'm even giving you the time of day at this moment. Uh, I have a proposition for you, seeing as everybody seems to want to fight Fiona. Fiona this, Fiona that. And everybody's asking her for favors and all this. Nobody actually comes and talks to me. I mean, I do prefer it that way, but I think I would have you test your skills, as it were, to see if you're worth my time.
Hmm. I suppose it wouldn't kill. Well, it shouldn't kill me to do it.
Well, don't worry. I'll just bring you back if it does.
I see. I see.
But I can't promise it won't be painful.
Well,
But
sir,
I never said anything about me fighting you.
who are you gonna have me fight?
Well, I think, well, if you're about as strong as your compatriot over there, I think Sylvester should be able to suffice.
Who's Sylvester?
Oh, I guess you didn't really. Yeah, see, you guys don't pay attention.
No.
She goes, "How about I'll explain things in a moment. Let's have you step on the mat." And she walks over and she says, "Connor, you're gonna have to step aside for a little while." And he picks up his weights and stuff. And he goes, "Jesus, he's so sweaty all the time." She's like, "And go take a shower." And she walks over to her throne. And she's going to say, "Well, so are you sure you wanna try to do this?
I
As long as
mean,
you entertain me enough, I think I'll be able to make that deal with you."
all right. Well, let's get this party started then.
Well, Sylvester, what do you think? You think you could take him? And you
Ah.
see a little fox walk out from behind her.
Mm-hmm.
It appears to be a normal fox. And you could see him kind of doing like a showboat kind of like arms and, you know, like flexing his muscles or whatever you want to call it, looking all serious. And she goes, "Well, I guess you better gear up if you're going to actually put up a fight."
Yeah.
And you see a magic aura appear around him.
Very well.
And he walks up into the mat. And we are actually going to roll initiative this time.
Okay. Oh, I didn't select my token. It was a 17. Do it again. Oh, he natted, so it doesn't matter.
Did he nat 20?
Yeah, he natted.
Oh, nice. So you got 12. I gotta find, there we go. There we go. She goes, "Well, do try to last long enough to be entertaining. Don't be too much of a disappointment." And he is going to start with, oh, let's see. Yeah, here we go. He's increasing his health. So he gains an extra +1 per caster level, so okay, that's how much health he's gonna gain. Oh, whoops. It should be a 9, not a 3. There we go. So he gains some extra health. And that is his turn.
Hey. Let's see here. I'm going to burn a level 4. We're going to... I have to adjust these now, because I did. Oh, they're already adjusted. Always a plus. And then... believe I can use it after... that's my swift, so basically I'm gonna use a spell on top of my fire. Normal shot. Believe that hits because it's a touch. Does it?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
For 14?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then we're gonna pair that with this.
Alright, let's see. Kinda... okay, that's what he has. Alright, so he does take some damage, and is that the Black Ray of Flesh Parting? Is that a fire element or what? Or is it
No.
non-element?
It's non-elemental.
Is it 34? Okay. So minus 44.
48.
Yeah, 48. Yeah, you're right. And you see that she's looking on, and she goes, "Oh, interesting." She goes, I guess you better get more serious, Sylvester, or he's gonna win. And if he wins, I'm gonna punish you later." He is going to cast... he's actually gonna quicken first. And he's gonna cast... Cloak of Dreams. So if you get close to him, you'll fall asleep. And the will save should be fucking like 16, I think. Yeah, it just didn't. Yeah, it didn't save it.
Nice. How
Yeah.
close?
5 feet.
Oh, okay. So it's just the squares around him.
So that's his swift action, essentially. Now, as his action, he's gonna cast Lightning Arc on you. God, these freaking DCs are not saving.
Oops.
Be a 17. It should be a 17 for the DC.
Reflex.
Mm-hmm. And it actually rolled it down there. It was 36. I don't know why it rolled it up here because it rolled it down there too, but it's not adding. Oh, I see why it's not doing it.
What happened?
It's not adding its caster level because it's supposed to, but the whole thing is not doing it correctly, so it's actually going to be 40 damage, but you're having it, so it's going to be 20.
Okay.
Now, does it do anything else special?
Nope, just arcs between 2 points.
Okay. So he does some damage to you. You want to return fire?
Yes. We are going to do another round of that. But since we're not using a still action or anything, we can just do this.
Oh, wow.
And because of that, it didn't roll. Hold on. Maybe here it is. There's my burst.
So we're looking at.
And then I have my spell to use.
Quite a bit of. Damn, that even critted? Can that crit?
Yeah, it's ×2.
At a 19? It can
Mhm.
crit at 19? Crit range is 18 to 20, yeah.
Yeah.
Those right there. 70, 140, 100 and... Yeah, okay. You see a glimmer around him for a second. And he seems to take most of the damage, but it looks like something must have prevented a bit of the damage.
Mm.
You're not quite sure what that was. But he did take a significant amount of damage. Yeah, enough to where he's gonna have to... Yeah. And you see him look at you with like almost angry red eyes. And he seems to not be very happy with what just happened. He's gonna go ahead and do a combo attack on you, where he is going to use Quicken. Again, this would be his last one, actually. He's going to give himself some temp health first. And then he's going to cast. And that is not set up right. Where is the damage at here?
That should be a lot higher.
Yeah, I'm just going to fix it because it's supposed to be 2d6 per caster level, which it's not at all the way it's supposed to be because it only rolled 2d6.
Mm-hmm.
And what does his caster look like? I'm gonna check again. Okay, that's what it is. So
I have to roll at least a 9. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna work. Or it's not gonna go well for me. So let me just roll that for it now.
there's the damage.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh.
Yeah, so any creature, okay, you weren't reduced to 0. So, struck by it. Take that. Any creature leaving behind only when used, object. Fortitude save is partially affected, taking only successful. Taking only 5d6 points of damage. If this damage reduces the creature object to 0 fewer, it is entirely disintegrated. So you only need. I have to reroll the damage essentially.
Yeah, you have to roll a 5d6.
Yeah. I'll just switch this to that and just roll it again. That is not right.
Just roll a 5d6.
Well, I just changed it to roll 5d6. There we go. I just didn't roll it.
Okay.
So you still take 14 damage.
I got so fucking lucky.
Yeah.
Alright. Are we ready for another volley?
Yeah.
Okay. So 20, 30, 46. And then fire another spell. That'll negate all of that. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, that one fizzles.
Alright, so as you are attempting to fire your Scorching Ray, which I guess it would be all at once, really.
Yeah, so it'd be the first one, but I have to roll it 3 times so that it comes out correct.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, that's wrong. That's completely wrong. I don't have to launch that 3 times. I have a... No, that's correct. No, the first one's correct. I forgot. Right. It's supposed to be ×3, and I have it written as the funny times sign for the key sign, and it's correct on the first one.
You know what I've been forgetting this entire time?
Hmm.
Because you're using a spell. You need to roll a concentration check or a spellcaster check, I believe, because he has spell resistance.
Do you want concentration?
I think it's concentration,
Yeah.
which is enough to beat his spell resistance, but I'd just been forgetting about it, so.
Oops. So
Yep.
he takes, if the 27 hit, he takes another 42, so it's 88.
Alright, because the 27 is what you're going off of?
Yeah, I shouldn't have rolled that 3 times.
Okay. Touch. Yeah, he seems to be very extremely wounded, and you see something that looks like it goes off, as if it was something he had prepared early on, before the fight even started. And he looks like he's almost out of the fight. You can look up and be like, well, this is turning out to be a lot more interesting than I thought. I thought for sure he would have taken you out by now. He even had to use that ability. I'm surprised. And immediately on his next turn, he casts Greater Invisibility.
Oh, so I have to roll a plus 40 for that. Or no, I have to roll greater than a 40, effectively. So...
It gives him a plus 40
yeah,
on
so
his stealth, and he hasn't rolled stealth yet.
So basically, I'm not mating that unless I nat 20, which even then I don't think is enough. Yeah, I'm not fucking mating that. Yeah, exactly. I rolled a 10.
Goes, oh, he's had to resort to these tactics. And he did move. You just don't know where yet.
Okay.
So it's your turn.
All right. Because I don't think he's too close to me. I'm going to angle this spell. Hold on, I have to do this. I'm going to angle it this direction, so it's going to go effectively this way. And I'm going to use Cone of Cold.
All right, it's a cone.
Mm-hmm. It is a 60-foot cone.
All right. Well, you're not. Is it a 60-foot area cone base? So it goes 60 feet, but it goes out at a certain range increment. I have to see if he's even in it because there's a whole thing about freaking cones. Let's see. I have a cone actually. Let me go grab it.
You got a cone just for the fox? Damn, bro.
Well, no, I have a cone for what you're doing.
Oh, do you? Nice.
30, that's 30-foot cone one.
I should probably mention that I'm not going to let the cone hit anybody that's not supposed to.
Yeah, so I need to copy this and move it over to where you are. So essentially, if that's how you're angling it, it'd be like that.
Mhm.
Or something of that nature. Like that, or more right, or more left.
Angle it. No, that's fine. That should be fine.
Alright. Well, you freeze the crap out of the ground, and you don't know if anything else happened.
Mm.
But right now there's a bunch of ice there, I guess is what you could call it, but I'm just gonna hide it because it takes up so much space. I'll just leave it, whatever. So his turn. You... Where is this? I gotta read it again. Yeah, okay. DC what? Oh, it's a high one. Alright. So since he's completely invisible and you can't really do a whole lot about that, he's going to scratch you.
Ooh.
Did he roll
So-
good? Oh, he did roll good.
Yeah, he did. So, do you
You're gonna have to
want-
roll an 18 for fortitude to avoid infection. Oh, look at that. You avoid it, but I'm assuming the 17 doesn't hit you, or does it?
No,
Alright, so you take
It does.
21 slashing damage.
that removes his stealth, correct?
No, it does not.
Oh.
He has greater invisibility.
Minus how much? 20.
It's just 21. So you know he's within melee range. You're just not sure where yet. You need to roll will save though.
Yeah, I know. What's the will save on that?
DC is 17. Oh damn! Look at you. All right.
All right. So what I'm going to do is use Damnation Stride.
What is that? choose one corner of your starting square. 10-foot radius burst flame explodes from that corner the moment you leave, dealing 4d6 points of damage. So you have to choose a direction.
We are going to choose this way.
All right, to your left.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
And then we're gonna move over here. You're
alrighty.
gonna want a concentration check, right?
Yeah, well, if it's go for it anyway. But the thing is, it'll be to your left, which won't hit him.
Okay.
So he doesn't need to roll a reflex or nothing. No, he's gonna move again. I don't even remember how much movement this guy's got. I know it's quite a bit actually. He's pretty agile. Movement speed. Okay, that's. I'll read something real quick. It doesn't specify anything, so. He is now going to definitely not doing what it needs to do. But actually, here we go. Yeah, this will work. Is this shit even set up right? Because I don't think it is. So. You know what? He's got one more of these. He's gonna try it again.
Okay. You better have him hold back. Because I'm not sure I'm making that. Yeah.
Does it reduce you to 0?
Yeah, it does. So you have to physically say you hold back. Otherwise it kills me.
Yeah, that's the thing about magic, is you can't really hold it back. So you literally get disintegrated in place. And turn to a pile of ash. And at that moment, he appears. And Mazikeen's, oh no, Kronos! You could see her focusing, trying to get a hold of Kronos or something. She goes, this I can't fix.
She's
And
panic mode.
then she goes, Sylvester, what's wrong with you? Can't believe you'd use that spell on him. He just kind of puts his nose down. Kronos appears. He goes, Mazikeen, what is it? You were over here trying to get a hold of me telepathically. I was busy. She goes, and what's that burning over there? And who caught that? Who caught that plant on fire? What is going on? What's such an important emergency? And she goes, well, that burning, as you so put it, that's one of the adventurers. Really? What'd you do this time? It wasn't me, it was Sylvester.
It wasn't me, it was Sylvester. The dog did it.
She goes, did they actually challenge you? Well, not in so many words, but I thought it'd be a fun spar match, and I guess he didn't hold back. He was about to lose, though. So I guess he feared losing more than killing one of the adventurers. He goes, oh, great.
Didn't you threaten him with being a punishment if he lost?
Yeah, she did.
Oh, and there's no one who went to found for that.
Kronos looks over at Sylvester. She goes, I'll deal with you later. And as for you, Mazikeen, we're gonna have to have a talk about this later. You know I'm not supposed to have to do these things, but since this happened under my watch and your watch, I guess I have no other choice. And Shade is in the room and just seeing Aurora just turn to ash. And he sees Kronos coming over. And she seems to be focusing. And as she's doing that, you see Aurora's body being slowly reconstructed back to the point right before she was disintegrated. She's like, it's a good thing you caught it so quick, but next time, try to avoid using spells like that. As I know you can't use your resurrection on him once that's happened. And she looks over at Chrono, or at Sylvester, and she goes, you know, if you weren't so cute and fluffy, I'd get rid of you. But that's between you and Mazikeen, as well. I know of your issues together, but I suggest you put your toys away and go back to your master. And he kind of walks away, all looks like he's pouting pretty much. And he goes back over to the chair and climbs up on it. Mazikeen comes over to you and he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry about that. How are you feeling? Are you fine, or anything in particular out of place?"
I'll be honest, I couldn't tell you if I knew.
And at that point, you kind of burp, and some smoke comes rolling out of your mouth.
Bro, that's fucked up.
He's like, "Oh, well, you seem to be fine. Anyway, we can talk more about your proposal now, if you wish. I'm sorry, I guess I shouldn't have taught him that spell."
What's the saying? The fox pleads oopsie daisy.
And she walks back over to her chair, and Kronos goes, "Was that all you called me here for? You had nothing else?" She's like, "We'll talk later then. I guess I best get going again." And she's gone. As you're standing there, knowing full well what just happened, as that was not erased from your memory, you're just kind of going, patting yourself down, making sure everything's in the right places. You were literally dead for a few seconds there.
How much health did Sylvester have left out of the game?
He got down to 1 HP.
Ooh.
And only because he used a magic item that prevented you from killing him.
Ah.
He dropped below 1 HP and it activated, putting him at exactly 1 HP.
You know, at that point, he should have officially say forfeit because he lost technically, but because of the punishment.
Yeah, well, he had a powerful magical item on him that allowed him to have one last chance, and he took that opportunity to say, "Screw you, I'm going invisible."
Fuck you, I'm going home. But
and if you would have aimed over here with your cone of cold, you would have got him. But you aimed over here. And then he walked up behind you.
Yeah.
And you aimed your spell over here.
So the next action I was going to take if he hadn't done that was I would have used another cone that would have gone this way.
Okay.
You might have won.
I do have a question because I was watching that. So he used the Damnation Stride, which has a 10-foot radius.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it says you choose a corner and it goes to the left or right or whatever corner of that it is.
It says choose one corner of your starting square, a 10-foot radius burst explodes from that corner the moment that you leave.
So what? I was here.
Well,
It's
if
not a cone or a line. It's a radius.
right, but if it would have burst, like the second he left that one square, if it would have burst any direction towards where he was walking, it would have hit him still, because he would only move 5 feet at that point.
Right.
So I assume it was going to go 10 feet to his left, right, whatever direction. You know, essentially, he chooses the corner, and it goes over here and then goes off, or it goes over here and then goes off, or whatever, so he can actually exit the explosion.
Yeah.
I don't know, because it says like a corner, so using his character,
because if it went right here, he would have been able to be hit no matter which direction he went after leaving the circle, which means he would have hit himself with it.
I don't know.
It's a teleport like Dimension Door, though.
Yeah,
so...
he teleports. He doesn't actually walk through it. So.
Oh, I thought you walked through it.
No.
Oh yeah, it says functions like Dimension Door.
Yeah, so it leaves a 10-foot radius in my wake as I teleport.
And they would.
So his range on it is around him.
Reflex negates. Okay.
So he has to choose one of the 4 corners adjacent to him, and then it's a 10-foot radius from where that is. Yeah, it's weird. Anyway, what's done is done.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, yeah, it's already done, but for shits and giggles,
it was still funny.
He would have made the save, which means it would have done nothing anyway.
Would have done half.
No, it says specifically that
reflex negates
in the description.
Oh.
Yeah, he would have been fine.
What does it say reflex half then?
I don't know, because it says in the description negates, so I was looking at that too. It says reflex half, see text, and then it says reflex negate.
Oh, if he'd have rolled a 5 or less, he'd have got him, but he didn't.
But yeah, he's very agile, so not to mention he has evasion, so it would have still done half, but yeah.
It still would have done nothing, even if it was for half, because he would have succeeded.
Right. But anyway, regardless, the outcome was you end up losing. And I was going to retcon it if he would have failed that, but because you would have killed him.
Yeah.
But anyway, so you're alive.
Yeah.
You lost. She was quite entertained. She did not expect the outcome of you being disintegrated, but she seems pretty happy about it. So you can continue on with your conversation.
All right. So effectively, I need some low-level spells done for whatever you charge for that, plus materials. And then...
So this is where she is going to make available to, well, you, I guess, specifically, but I will show it to all the players. Just because. Changes, there we go. She is going to give you essentially a tiny scroll saying, well, if you provide the supplies, this is what I'm going to charge you for doing this. And yeah, I mean, you provided enough entertainment for now. I may ask for a favor or two in return, depending on how much you use my services. But yeah, if you want to hop on over to the shop and buy the supplies and bring them back to me, I have no problem attempting to craft a few of these items for you.
All right.
And mind you, there is no guarantee of success and no refund.
I mean, yeah, that seems to be a walking habit of this place. No refunds.
But you entertained me, and you did what I requested. I guess it's only fair that I attempt to do what you request. And sorry about Sylvester. He kind of gets a little carried away sometimes.
I'm sure he's a very good boy most of the time.
And you hear him say, "Who you calling a good boy?"
Are you not?
He goes, "I'm not your good boy."
I didn't say you were.
And he goes, "And you did put up a good enough fight. I had to resort to some less savory tactics of my past, but regardless, next time I won't hold back as much at the start, if there is a next time." You see him climb up on top of the chair. He wants to kind of be above you, asserting his dominance, essentially.
You got a rafter in this place?
Possibly, but he's on the top of the chair, so
Tell me if there's a rafter.
I would assume there is. It is a
Cool.
building.
I fly up to the rafter.
He goes, "Oh, I see. You think that impresses me?" He goes, "Two could play at that game."
I mean,
He casts flight.
cringe.
He goes, "Anyway, I understand you have business with Mazikeen. I suggest you get back down there. She doesn't like to be ignored."
Yeah. My bad, being petty with the animal.
She goes, "Are you guys done?"
Yeah, we're just being petty, don't mind us.
Oh, well. If petty was the only flaw he had.
We'd both be better off.
Right. Anyway, I guess you best be off to the shop to buy the supplies then.
Alright.
And you see her look, as you're walking back, you see her looking at him going, "Well, let's get you healed up, even though I should just leave you like that as a punishment, but I don't want you bleeding all over my chair."
Alright, can we move to the next person? I have to use the bathroom.
Yep. Alright, at this time, well, Hassan witnessed some of this. You did walk in and witness some of this. You would have seen Aurora be turned to ash, and the whole Chronos bringing her back and all that. You essentially witnessed the fight, but we just weren't going to you at that time. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that, or are you just here to talk to Shade?
No.
Okay.
Although it does now kind of might give me a reassurance of something I'm going to do.
Okay. Did Shade want to add anything to Aurora being disintegrated right in front of his eyes by a fox? Nothing? Oh my god. Did you want to add anything to what just happened as you witnessed Aurora get disintegrated by a fox?
I mean, glad it wasn't me dying again.
I suppose, yeah. You're not like in awe or amazed or questioning why the hell the fox can cast disintegrate or anything like that?
Nope.
Okay.
As long as it ain't me.
You also didn't even know she had a fox. It was in her picture the whole time.
I never zoomed up, so I never really bothered.
Yeah. But you also didn't know if it was important or not either. But anyway, Hassan comes walking in, witnesses all this, kind of just watches it for a minute. Then what do you do?
I go up to Shade, and then I begin to ask you the question. Shade, your god that you worship, Bahamut, how far can the offerings go to try request for aid from him?
That I'm not sure. I mean, Fizbin might know more than me on that. I don't even know if he's listening to me half the time.
Who's Fizbin?
The guy standing right next to us.
Oh, Moneybags.
He might know.
Thanks for winning me the bet.
Oh, Fizbin, yeah, no problem.
All right, then tell me then. Shay just said that you might know. How far are people willing to go? I mean, how far offerings do Bahamut get that he's willing to take for favors or offer? You know what I mean?
I mean, I guess that really depends on what you're trying to do. And he takes a good look at you and he goes in. I'm not so sure he'd be very, let's just say, responsive to you.
Are you saying like that in general, or do you mean just me in particular?
Well, from what I can sense with your aura, he doesn't particularly like people of your nature.
But that's all right. But that doesn't change. Does he still respond to one way or another? At least an inch.
If you were a follower of his, he would maybe make an attempt to respond. But he, he's just like any other god out there. Well, sometimes if they think it's entertaining or, worth their time, they might respond. Otherwise, they might not.
All right, and the next question to make it quick. What entertains Bahamut?
Well,
what are the things that makes him so happy he might reconsider?
Well, he gets quite bored up on the mountain sometimes. Sometimes, a good drink or a good party or just a good reason to leave the mountain in general and to be entertained is, usually sometimes would suffice for him to actually visit. But I don't guarantee any of that as, well, he's, like I said, any other god. They're kind of old and set in their ways, and they're kind of whimsical. They kind of just do stuff on a whim.
In the end, it doesn't matter then, does it?
No. Not really.
All right then. Fine, that's it then. I'll be heading off then.
All right. Well, it was nice meeting you, and, I'm glad you were confident that I was going to win that fight. I can see you have a good eye.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
All right. So Hassan walks off, I guess.
I walk off and I'll be heading over to the Bahamut statue, and that'll be it for now.
All right. Fizbin takes a look at you, Shade, and he goes, he's kind of an odd fellow, but I guess he's to the point. He could probably learn a few things from you in the way of manners, but I've dealt with worse.
Yeah. I kind of just let him do his thing.
Well, you're the one that has to deal with him on a regular basis, so it's your problem, not mine. I'm sure he makes things interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, we should probably get back to training. All right. So you two train for the rest of that night, and it'll be going on to essentially day 4. And practically nothing's really going to change much on this day. Everybody's pretty much doing what they're doing. And at the end of the day, Fizbin's told you he's going to leave. So we'll get to that after we go to AU and see what AU's been doing up till this point.
Well.
Where are we starting?
Well, day 1, I'm going to have a conversation.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Where are we going to be at?
The courtyard, I guess?
Alright. So, you're gonna come hang out in the courtyard.
Yep. I'm going to approach the Bahamut statue.
Alright.
Thought I saw myself. I was like, where am I at?
At this time,
I'm approaching.
Kronos has been... She's been kind of over here. Looks like she's been meditating for a while.
Okay.
As you're approaching.
So I approach, gawking at this statue.
Gawking at it? Okay.
And gawking, like almost as in like a distaste.
Wow.
For all
shaded over here.
For all things that are God related.
Mm-hmm.
For their inability to help us
Are you saying anything?
I'm like, I wonder if this god is more reliable than Cronus.
Even though she's right there, you're saying this. Okay.
Yep.
She's gonna roll a perception check.
She nat 20'd?
Yeah. She hears you say that and comes out of her trance. And she goes, "What do you mean? I've only ever tried to help you."
Yes. I've never sought the help of a god.
Well, most of these gods around here are, well, you could say quite difficult to deal with. I would consider myself as fairly pleasant to deal with compared to them.
Oh, we lose somebody?
Sounded like it. I don't know who.
Weird.
Somebody dropped and came back.
Anyway, I look at her and was like, and I'm stuck like this.
Well, for now, there may be a way to fix it in the future. Because remember, this is day 1.
Right.
She's still inquiring about what Hassan had asked her.
Right.
But as far as how long, I'm not sure. And it is a very particular and very powerful magic that has been used on you, so it will not be easy. But don't give up hope yet.
I don't know. I'll be honest with you, Cronus. I have some serious questions.
Oh yes, like what?
I know how we came about to get here, but why is it that there are people who can come and go as they please? And they don't seem to be entering or exiting trials.
Are you talking about Jack?
And Fizbin.
Well, Fizbin's a whole nother story. I don't have time to tell you that one. But Jack himself, you see, he has my blessing to come and go as he pleases. And we have an arrangement. And no, he is not one of the trial takers. But
Wait.
he was necessary to be here for you all.
What do you mean by trial takers? I thought we were the only ones here.
At the moment, yes. But...
Wait, you're saying there have been others?
Yeah, there's been many, many others.
Have any of them actually completed the trials in their full completion?
Well, that is information I am not obligated, or not allowed, I should say, not obligated, to actually discuss with you. All I can say is the trials are possible to defeat. You see, I'm bound by certain rules as well, and there's certain things I just cannot talk about.
Alright, then maybe I should ask another odd question. In the event that we actually do complete these trials, will we ever be able to come back here again?
That depends on some of your choices, assuming that that is, you do complete them or not. But, I mean, I wouldn't see... Most cases, no. You would be returned, like I said, to your time from when you were taken, with some knowledge of what happened here, but some of the knowledge would be erased from your memory. But if you wish to stay, or if you wish to come to some sort of arrangement, it is possible, yes.
That is a little bit odd. Then I have a question then about that. Are all of these people from here then? Or are they people you pre-selected to, like, live in your little realm?
Some of them we have arrangements with. And others, well, they were a little, let's say, less fortunate.
You're being a bit mysterious and not really disclosing any great information that could be of use at this point.
Well, what do you mean of use? Like, I guess what are you directly asking?
I'm asking if anybody has actually attempted the trials and has remained here.
Well, I'm not really supposed to say, but I suppose it's not that big of a secret, and I know when he gets a couple of drinks into him, he tends to be a little bit more talkative than he should. But Dante and Ellie, they were amongst some of the, I guess you could say the first batch of trial takers. And they made it about as far as you guys have made it as of right now. The problem is they were the only two surviving members of their party. And, well, I discussed it with the other gods here because they didn't want to die, but they weren't going to be allowed to return either. And their only choice was essentially to keep pushing on in hopes to complete the trials, or wait until who knows when more trial takers would appear and be forced right back into it. Or what we ended up coming to as a terms is they'd be allowed to essentially live out their time here. Well, time is a funny way of putting it, I guess, as long as you're here, you don't really have to worry about time.
So
Time still flows technically, but you don't really age.
So this is a realm of timelessness.
Yes and no.
Would you say that you are the entity that keeps this place in existence?
Well, seeing as I am the one that created it, yes.
Interesting. Alright, that's good to know.
Like I say, time does flow, but it doesn't flow. You can count the days, you can count the hours, you can count the years, and all of that technically matters, there is day and night cycles, but the people that live here, at least the ones that are in this castle, that is, they don't age.
All right. So, real quick, and just out of curiosity, how long ago did you create this realm?
I would have to check my records to be exact, because I have had other realms before. But it's been, I would say, upwards of 6,000 to 7,000 years.
Whoa. You've had other realms? Were they like this one?
They were similar, yes, but they weren't suiting our needs anymore, or my needs anymore, and essentially I was getting bored with them, and I ended up relinquishing them and allowing them to be their own realm.
So, what is all included in this realm? I know we saw the town here, and we saw out front, but how far does it actually go?
Quite a ways, actually, and there is quite a bit of dangers outside of these walls, as for some odd reason, when I was creating this place, I thought it'd be entertaining to bring some creatures and animals and other things alike into this realm from other realms. And, well, you see, it's made it a little bit dangerous outside of these walls, which is also a good and a bad thing for protection, in case anybody were to somehow be able to invade. That hasn't happened yet, but it is always the possibility.
Well,
But
invade? Someone invade? You mean there's people outside these walls?
People is kind of a relative term, but there is, let's say, creatures and animals and the like outside of these walls. I mean, you're free to go see for yourself, but I would suggest you bring your party with you, as I said, it is quite dangerous out there. From time to time, Keegan's goes out and gets some more firewood and some materials every now and then, but he usually takes Fiona, and maybe even Mazikeen sometimes, as his escorts.
But aren't you like the goddess of time? Can't you just go somewhere else and like create or bring the wood with you? Couldn't you just simply do that task rather than sending out them to risk their lives?
I could, but it's fun for them. They like to get out and stretch every now and then, and I am usually quite busy, as you wouldn't know it, but I have to keep track and look over all of the universes and the timelines, so I stay quite busy myself. I'm sure you've seen me disappear plenty of times. It's usually when I have to go handle something.
I don't know. You seem kind of, I don't know, how do I put it? You seem like a goddess with a lot of free time.
Oh, well, anything but, I can assure you.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what you're saying and what we perceive are not adding up.
Well, you all are only back here for usually only a few hours, if not even a few days at a time, and when you're here, well, I prioritize being here for the trials. But when you're gone, I'm gone for quite a length of time myself, trying to mend and fix all the problems that appear while you guys are still here. And I assure you, this is a full-time job. And it's a good thing I don't need to sleep.
I don't know. I thought you were sleeping a moment ago.
No, I was meditating.
Ah, same diff.
I was trying to commune with some of the other gods, but they weren't answering.
Well, I don't know if that's such a great idea, relying on other gods.
Well, I'm not necessarily relying on them. I had a question for them, was all.
Uh-huh. It sounds like you claim to be busy and always doing things, and yet we see you doing the opposite. You claim that you have full authority, but yet you display and give excuses that you have to go to others for approval. I don't like where this is going. This sounds like you are conflicted.
He goes, and I don't like your tone of voice. I don't like what you're implying either. She goes, I think we've had enough of a conversation for now.
I think we
Maybe
have.
Maybe you should go for a walk.
I think I shall. But know one thing. I'm not satisfied with this current situation.
Well, you can always come back and talk to me another day. When maybe you're a little less hot-headed. You seem to be a little upset right now. Alright, so you go to the inn.
Yeah, I go back to the inn. Just like, damn it.
She gave you some answers.
Yeah, but she's being roundabout, so.
As per usual.
Yeah.
That is, and all this is not going on. So
Right.
not
So
yet.
after that, I just come in. I'm just like upset, so I'm just like going straight upstairs. I was like, screw it. I don't want to talk to her to anybody.
Alright, so you just go up, or are you just gonna go to sleep for the whole day, or what?
No, I'm gonna be one of those people who's like they're upset and depressed, so they go lay in a bed for like all day and they don't want to do anything.
Alright.
Oh, I feel so much better.
Yeah, your toilet doesn't.
Damn right it doesn't.
Alright, so you go lay in bed.
Yep, I lay in bed.
Put you up on the pillow. There you go. I mean, you got a mirror right there you could look into.
No thanks.
You wanna break it?
Don't.
In fact, I am so upset that I take the clock that's over by the other bed and I smash it.
Oh wow, okay, so that's gonna add to Aurora finding a broken clock when she was cleaning.
Well, yep, more or less.
Yep. Alright, we'll get to that tomorrow. You do notice while you're looking around the room, there's a couple of books around. There's some, like I said, a mirror. Seems like some basic makeup and stuff.
Yeah.
Search the shelf. Maybe you'll find one on how to deal with your old age.
Oh my
Mood
God.
swings in your 70s.
God.
Mood
Finds a
systems.
self-help book about depression.
How to deal with children having left the nest.
You guys are not helping.
A guide to retirement.
Anyway,
I'm
so
broke.
You're just hanging out. You're annoyed. You're angry. You're breaking things.
I don't want to be old. It wasn't supposed to be this way.
No, the reason why I broke the clock is it's a representation of Cronus.
Yeah. Alright, so you hang out the whole day. Eventually, Aurora would come in and go to sleep. Everybody would go to sleep at night. Aurora comes in, and you notice a broken clock next to you.
The fuck?
So let's have a conversation between you and AU as you're both winding down for the night.
So we were gonna discuss the clock. You know somebody's gonna have to clean that up, right?
And just like,
Foreshadowing.
I was like, not my problem. I have enough problems to deal with.
Listen, just because you old doesn't mean it's over.
I know you're right. But as
Just
much...
remember, if we finish all of this, you get to go back and be young again.
Maybe.
You'll appreciate it more.
You
Maybe.
didn't actually ask about that.
Maybe. I didn't ask Cronus about that, and on top of that, Cronus wouldn't give me any straight answers. As far as we know, nobody has ever completed these trials.
I mean,
This
probably.
This is a false sense of security. For all we know, this is a form of entertainment for that goddess. And she makes excuses.
I mean, there's more at play here. Probably.
Probably.
Where have I heard all this before? Oh yes, Hassan.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had to
Catfolk
say it.
think alike,
Yeah.
apparently.
Yeah.
2 peas in a motherfucking pod over here.
Well, they are friends, and they've known each other for a very long time. So.
Right, and we would probably think very similarly.
Yeah. So, do you remember what she said when we started here, right?
That she rescued us from our untimely demise, and if we completed, we'd go back.
We go back, and they would rewrite time so we didn't die.
That's
and we'd
fine.
take our shit back.
That's fine.
She also mentioned that effectively the help she could technically give us while in the trials was limited. Things that happen in the trials stay in the trials.
That's nice. I point to myself, I'm like, my age didn't stay in the trials, now did it?
Yeah, because it happened in the trials, Cronus can't do anything about it technically.
Yeah.
It would be different if it had happened in here, apparently. Because it's on Cronus's watch.
Yeah, well.
So...
I don't trust...
Ironically.
I don't trust her.
Well, I don't think any of us really trust her, but I don't think we really have a choice.
We talking about Shade's over there with a smile on his face going, I trust her.
Yeah, I know Shade trusts her.
I don't know.
It's pretty... Shade's happy as can be. He got mauled to death by wolves and a number of other unfortunate events. He's still happy as can be. Happy-go-lucky. Man, they really were simpler times back then.
Yeah?
You get mauled to death. Yeah, this is fine. I can think of worse ways to go.
The fact of the matter is that...
Slowly lowered into lava.
There are so many things I asked about, and all I got were roundabout answers. And so my mentality is the sooner that we complete these trials, the better. So we don't have to see that damn goddess ever again.
I mean, you say that. However, every time you look at a clock, you're going to think of her. You will see her in your mind's eye forever.
He's going to smack you.
And when you're young again, when you leave the trials, because we'd be returned to our fates, because effectively shit would be undone, we would effectively remember everything that happens. Just think, you'll be young again. You'll truly have appreciation for what it is to be young. Few people have that.
Or appreciation for time.
Yeah. You don't think you have a lot, but boy, does it matter.
Oh, over here, I'm getting irritated. You can see it on my face.
I just want to see you roll an attack on him. That's what I'm waiting for.
What the fuck am I gonna roll an attack with? A crossbow? What the hell? Why?
Yes.
You guys are gonna have a shootout in the bedroom.
Yes, because that will 100% make the celestial below us happy.
You could just make a melee roll and make it be like a slap or something like that.
No.
If he slaps me, he's gonna break his fucking wrist.
Or just pick up one of the items on the shelves, like a book, and throw it at her.
Might as well use that same clock.
I'm an old lady. I don't have good physical scores.
Yeah, I know. That's why it'd be hilarious.
I've done it before, knowing I was probably gonna miss.
Something about what was it like back in your day?
Acid splashing you.
Yep.
Well, your sheets are definitely getting covered with holes in them now, and
It's gonna be like that.
your pillows half melted, and a couple of your feathers are a little bit singed.
You know, that was out of game, right?
No, I thought that was what you were saying. Actually,
it's
legitimate in game.
It's
So that's
fine.
why.
He rolled the acid splash, so it happened. So now you have ruined his sheets, ruined his pillow, ruined his blanket, and sometime or another, somebody's gonna have to explain all this to the people that own this place.
We'll just say it was menopause.
Oh boy. You're gonna continue with the jokes, aren't you?
It's your character that's it's your character that's old, not mine.
I think he was getting a little hot flash.
Came out as acid. Random powerful magic go.
Anyway, you guys argue, fight, and eventually, I'm sure you pretty much just yell at him to shut up, and you roll over and try to go to bed. Or do you walk out?
I mean, I'm gonna have to leave. Where the fuck am I gonna sleep?
Yep.
He just put acid on my bed.
Well, there's a nice couch downstairs.
Yeah.
So Aurora walks out of the room.
Yep,
you don't see her for the rest of the night.
Yep, my character doesn't take lightly to ageism.
Aiden.
Yeah.
They even got a word back then?
Alright, so the next morning... This is going to be interesting.
God.
The next morning is when Aurora comes to clean everything. And, we're going to have to retcon a few things and play this out the way it needs to be played.
God.
Something about Mune and Richard Simmons rocking with the oldies.
So Ellie comes over here, and she looks like she was getting an early morning start on picking up some of the leftover beer bottles and stuff from the table. And she notices you sleeping there, Aurora.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, now I don't mind it if you all fall asleep down here and take a nap or whatever, but what's wrong with your perfectly good comfy bed? And she wakes you up.
Oh, you got mad and threw acid on me.
She did what?
She got mad, smashed the clock, threw acid on my bed because
He goes,
I
you
told
know
her
that's you know you're gonna have to pay for that, right?
I'm not gonna pay for it. I didn't smash anything.
Well, I'm gonna have to have Jack probably go get new ones, and it might take a few days. It might even be a few months. I don't even know how long. I mean, blankets are not... I guess maybe Keegan and his wife might have a few spares, but somebody's gonna pay for this. Anyway, you best get up. We better start cleaning now.
Yeah.
You see her, and this is where she hands you all the cleaning supplies, and you go downstairs.
Alright.
Alright. EU comes downstairs for the morning, unless you're just hanging out in the room all day.
No, I'm gonna come down to eat and probably like freshen up, as I would put it.
Alright, so as you're coming down the stairs, she's coming back up these stairs after she just gave Aurora instructions. And she takes one look at you and she goes, I heard about your accident. And just so you know, somebody's going to pay for that.
Oh, no, it was very much intentional.
Well,
I don't take lightly to several insults.
no, so you two had a fight.
Yes,
Well, you
and
know.
it could have ended up a lot worse than what it ended up as.
Well, I'm sure. But next time, please take it outside. I don't really appreciate the property damage. But anyway, you're looking a lot more cheerful this morning. You feeling better after having vented last night?
A little, but I'm still not happy.
Well, maybe some I did make some eggs sunny side up and some bacon. Maybe that'll cheer you up.
That's fucking rude.
Oh, she's saying breakfast is ready. Is essentially what she's telling you. She goes, feel free to help yourself. I did set the table already, and there's kind of some food in there. Maybe a good bubble bath or something will help raise your spirits as well. I hope you are feeling better.
I just walked past her without saying a word.
I'm gonna dip out a little early. I'm gonna go get oil changed in my girlfriend's car.
You're
We're
gonna
still in town.
not want to do that, but you can, I guess, and
Yeah.
you'll have to get back on
I'll just
later
recap
to
with-
read the paper that is going to be
Yeah,
handed
no.
to you.
I was gonna say I'll call you and touch base with you when I get back.
All right.
All right.
Anyway, but yeah, I'm just gonna eat breakfast, take a bath, and then I'm going to proceed to go back up to the room and just be in there all day.
All right.
That's all I'm gonna
So-
do probably for the rest of this week or for this time off.
You're not going to go back and touch base with Kronos at all?
No.
Right. So you're essentially just going to be angry all week.
Yep.
You Shade leaves, says he's gonna touch base, and in the back of your mind you hear Morgan from and go, but he didn't.
Well, if Shade hasn't left yet, I can play out his little part since apparently AU's not doing anything else. So
He probably took his headset off and just walked away from his computer without leaving chat. I wouldn't put him past him to do that.
Is he still here? Shade? Nope.
Nope. Well, anyway, so AU essentially is angry all week,
Mhm.
and Aurora is sleeping on the couch all week, which was hilarious. Let's see, we're on like day 4 is where we were for everybody else's stuff, so essentially Shade is gonna end up saying goodbye to Fizbin on the end of the day, like close to nighttime, and he's gonna be handed something, which he will be able to read. Unless he shares the information with you all, you won't know anything about it. But we will play it out for a second. At least the walking portion of it. So, Shade is kinda, and mind you, this time it's at night pretty much. I'm not gonna bother to switch to the night map. Shade's kind of walking with Fizbin. He said, "Well, you made great strides in your progress, and I think that weapon will suit you well. Like I said, I was gonna give you something before I left." And he hands him a small little journal, and he goes, "Make sure you read that after I leave. That should hopefully clear up some more of your questions. And I best be getting back now." And they say their goodbyes. Fizbin walks over this way and disappears. All right, going on to day 5. Essentially, Shade's gonna go return, go to sleep. I don't know if you guys are spending any more time than 5 days, so I don't know what anybody else is doing right now. So it's anybody's input.
There's a final ditch effort that Hassan thinks to do, and the only other god thing he can go ahead and do this to is a Bahamut statue. As far as he knows, if there's another god statue somewhere around here, he doesn't know. Heck, but Bahamut is the only one he knows a little bit more out. Any other god really at this moment.
All right. So are you doing this the same day Fizbin leaves, or are you doing this the next day?
Well, this would be more or less close to when I left the dojo with those two left behind.
Okay, so it was before Fizbin left, technically.
Yes. Essentially, Hassan would probably be heading up to the statue, and for the next couple of days, he's going to be asking a question, I guess.
All right. Is it a single question or multiples?
I think a single question.
All right. So you're gonna sit in front of the statue. You're gonna kneel in front of it. You're just gonna stand by it. I guess how are you doing this?
I'm standing right in front of it.
Okay. I guess what is the question?
Oh god, this is actually hard for me to say it. Okay, maybe I'll make one little speech with it before I ask the question.
Okay.
I don't know much about you at all, except for what Jade has told me or mentioned of you so far. I have no idea what are you really capable of. I only know slight of your interest thanks to Shade. But unlike him, I'm not gonna simply be here beg for something for free. And I don't really have much of an offering to you, really, of anything you would like normally. I already traded the strings away already, so too late for that. But this probably will be enough for it either way. So, Bahamut, Almighty Dragon King, whatever.
That's about right. That's how Hassan would say it.
If I kill myself multiple times right here in front of your statue, will you actually go ahead and respond and do something for Ayu?
Wow.
I pull out my assassin's dagger up to my neck, ready to do it. Well then.
Okay, so this is day 5. Yeah, and it's afternoon. Trying to see if Kronos is even over here. So no, she would be back this way because she was talking to somebody else a while ago. So she's over here doing whatever. Hard keeping all this in actually no, she at this time because you would yeah, she just got done with the dojo thing. That's right. So she's actually nowhere to be found at the moment.
All right. Should I continue with anything I'm gonna do about to do?
You can, yeah.
Well then, here's the first one. I bring out the token holding onto my hand. Let's see how this goes then. And I believe the term is kurita.
Yeah, you auto crit. You're essentially killing yourself, yeah.
Well then, let's see how this actually feels like. And I can go ahead and compare it to Shade. I stab my throat and twist it.
Oh wow. straight suicide here. So you feel immense pain, and the whole time you're doing this, you're just
I like to go ahead and I'll say
Okay.
this right now. I like
Yeah.
to
you
fall
can describe.
forward. I fall forward. If there's any left of strength in my arms and body, I'll essentially pretty much lean against it and let the blood fall on it, the statue, as much as I can. And I'll begin to laugh. Well, barely laugh through my throat.
Yeah.
Chuckle.
And you can feel your strength fading. You feel this almost sense of relief, but you're also terrified at the same time. And
Yes,
then you're
I
slowly
would agree with that.
You're slowly starting to lose consciousness, and you start feeling cold. And you notice that the token in your hand is starting to radiate as if it's getting brighter. And at about at that moment, though, even though your eyes are completely closed at this point and you're still fading, you hear, "Oh my God, what are you doing? You can't be. Is this? Are you serious right now?" She goes, "I don't know what you're doing, but I have to put a stop to this." And she is going to use Sands of Time, which you won't be able to do anything about. Or no, this is the age one. No, it's not the right one. It is... Essentially, she's using Time Stop on you at the moment. You're still alive. And then you see her... Well, I guess you don't see her. But,
I'm out pretty much, right? I'm pretty much
Yeah.
knocked out.
yeah, so she's stopped you from completely dying at this moment. And she disappears for a moment. And she's like, oh gee, well, I guess she owes me one anyway. And she goes and... Oh, players are not on... You guys were not on the right map for that.
Oh no, we weren't. I thought you knew.
I did not realize it. I thought I had you on there because I was on the map, but you weren't. She goes and teleports away quickly and comes right back immediately, popping in with Mazikeen. And she goes, I stopped him from completely dying. Now you have to save him. I did you a favor earlier. Now it's time for you to pay up.
Oh my God.
Always Hassan, creating problems, never
She goes, oh my
solutions.
God, what did he do? Well, it appears he tried to take his own life, and I'm not really sure what he was trying to accomplish. But if he was trying to sacrifice himself or do a blood sacrifice or whatever it was, Bahamut is not the god to do that to. Now, if he was trying to do this to, Tiamat or something, it possibly would have, made some results, but he still would have died. I don't understand what he's trying to do. Anyway, do you mind trying to fix him up here? And where is it?
They are gonna be so mad at me then from now on.
He's fucking losing it. He's fucking gone.
I don't think I actually have the spell on her list. It's called...
I will admit, I wasn't sure to do this, but after I saw how much to you, Aurora, that's why I said, at least I have a bit of a reassurance.
Yeah.
God, that's cringe.
It's not restoration. It's...
I hate what I'm about to do next, but this is probably what I'm gonna have to do.
Well, essentially, because you're not completely dead yet, she's going to use... Here... Critical on you. You are in
Congratulations.
critical condition.
You are permanently muted.
So she's over here just curing the crap out of you, and you start regaining consciousness. And there's blood all over the place. Your blade is on the ground. And standing above you is Kronos and Mazikeen. And she's like, I think I managed to save him. It looks like you two have some things to talk about. I'm just gonna go.
Jesus
And
fucking Christ.
she
these
walks
people.
off. And she goes, explain yourself. What were you attempting to accomplish other than getting blood all over Bahamut's statue?
Okay, let's see. I'm assuming my throat with your horse. Ah.
Yeah,
What's the
you
word for it?
kind of cough up a little bit of blood for a second. You know, you are fully healed, but you just had a little bit extra in there yet. So you can do the coughing if you want. She goes, oh my god, that's disgusting. She goes, you know, you're
First,
very lucky I caught it when it right before you died. Otherwise, you would have wasted that token for nothing.
First, I'll go ahead and have the Assassin's Dagger appear back in my belt. And I'll begin to try to slowly stand up with a weakened body at this point.
He goes, just so you know, you're going to clean this up. I'll have Ellie bring a mop and a sponge and a bucket later.
Scott, remind me again, what day is it today?
It'll be the 5th day.
And how soon as Kronos said she's going to give the question to everyone?
She said she was going to do it on the 6th day, I think. The next day, I think. I don't remember. Essentially, she's going to talk to you all at some point, is what she said.
All right.
So probably tomorrow morning.
All right. And I just look at her. I don't really give an answer. I'll just turn to Bahamut essentially and ask, how many more?
And she obviously hears you, and she goes,
I'm not hiding it.
And she goes, what are you doing? What are you trying to accomplish? He does not take blood offerings, if that's what you're trying to accomplish.
Then who does?
Well, that would be, well, I guess it's his evil sister, Tiamat, or any evil deity, but you won't find any of their statues here. I've only resurrected statues of what I would consider somewhat decent gods, and ones that have earned my favor. Because, believe it or not all of us gods get along. Some of them can be quite difficult to deal with.
What other god statues do you have around here besides him?
Well, you haven't even bothered to look, have you?
Why would I to begin with? I don't really bother looking for you often.
Earned. Well, I guess with your background and
just say it. It's no secret
that,
what I did.
I suppose you don't really worship a god, do you?
Oh, where did that? Oh no, was that? You never once saw? I'm done playing around. No, I don't. Why would I?
You see, there is obviously Bahamut's statue here, and obviously there is several other god statues here, including, I believe, which it's kind of a coincidence if you ask me, but This one stays between us, since I believe he has not realized it or even prayed to her yet. But you see the statue behind me to the right? That one I believe your friend Connor worships.
We've been here for 5 long trials at this point. He does not realize that was his god.
Mm-hmm. Even though he's seen a statue exactly like that of his god before.
I mean, there's a reason why I don't pay attention to that part, but you're gotta be kidding me. I mean, at least on day 1, Shay didn't recognize this was Bahamut.
Yeah, but some of these other ones are, well, let's say less known deities. They're ones that some of you may have heard of, and some of you would probably have no interest in knowing.
Okay, so we have one right here. We have another one here, I'm guessing.
Yep. And then there's 2 at the stairs.
Are those all the only ones there?
Those are the only ones in this town that I believe. Well, yeah, other than the gargoyles out front, but those ain't gods. Those are just
No.
gargoyles.
No. And
Same
I'm
with
pretty
the,
sure
weapons and armor shop stuff is just statues.
Alright.
They don't represent any gods.
Alright, continue with your long talk.
Yeah, I'm trying to actually look up these gods' names because I didn't have it wrote down. But anyway, one of them is of Elria, which is the one down here.
I don't care for their
And-
names. I'll ask this one question then. Are these the 5 you have to talk with?
Well, one of them does control one of the trials, but the other 4 have nothing to do with the trials. Like I said, some of these statues were just created as a favor to them.
Which
You
one's the
see-
one that is part of the trials?
That would be the gold statue behind me, which is Ostri, which she is the goddess of, earth, good, strength. She's the goddess of many things, but
I make sure to check to see if I still have the token.
yes, you do. She stopped it before you died.
I'll
But-
make sure it's on my person.
But you see, she's also a good god, just like Bahamut is. And if you're doing what I think you're trying to do, as she's looking at you, it's not going to work.
You know what? I think at this point I'm actually tired of it either way.
So what, you gonna try to kill yourself again anyway? She's gonna have to put you in a permanent time stop, isn't she?
I made a mistake with Bahamut. He was useless.
Right? She goes, but I know it's these trials can be maddening, but I didn't know you were that far gone.
I was far gone already the moment you took us away.
Well, you still have that proposition that I told you about, that I'm gonna tell the rest of your group about in the morning. Actually, if you do me a favor and tell them all to meet out here at the bottom of the stairs in the morning, I will go over it with you all. But until then, please don't attempt to do that again.
Why do you even care about any of us, really?
Well, it's more
We're
of,
just your tools.
regardless if I cared or not,
Just like
it's
your little
more of-
caged birds.
It's more of, I'm duty bound to make sure you don't do anything like that. If you're going to die, it has to be in one of the trials. It cannot be inside these castle walls. I'm to do everything in my
happens if
power
you
to
can't?
prevent you from dying inside of these walls.
It's that so.
Yes, but if you're going to be making this difficult on me to keep you in check while you're here, well, I'm afraid I might have to take more extreme measures. I don't want to, you see, but I'm not going to be trying to revive you every 5 minutes either. As believe it or not, I have a lot better things to do than to babysit.
Just go and leave me alone.
Well, alright. Well, remember what I said. Tell everybody to meet me here tomorrow morning. So are you going to hang out kind of near the statues all night? Or what else are you doing for the rest of the night?
I'm just gonna set up my little tent right here. Right in
Alright.
front of this big one right here.
Alright. So you're going to just hang out here and essentially sleep outside.
Pretty much.
Alright.
And during the night, the only thing I'm just gonna be doing is just touch my throat until I
Alright.
finally do fall asleep.
Well, it's getting pretty late. You're about to go to bed. You're actually almost falling asleep. Roll a perception check. Obviously, at this point, she's
24.
sent Ellie out here with a sponge and a bucket. Did you actually clean the statue?
No.
Okay. So you hear somebody walking up the steps, and you hear somebody go, "What the hell happened out here?" As in, he sees the bucket and the sponge, and he goes, "It looks like somebody was gonna clean, but they didn't." And he goes, "Well, I best be going back anyway. I've been here long enough." He goes, He walks a little closer. And, you see him, what appears to be placing his hand on the statue. And he disappears. All right, next morning. You never went and told everybody anything, did you?
Nope.
All right. So, next morning, Kronos is going to appear here before you wake up. So, I'm going to have her roll a stealth check real quick. When she's kind of hovering above you. I guess you could attempt to roll a perception check while you're asleep.
I don't think I can beat that either way.
She rolled a 3. She's very sneaky. Alright, so you don't notice it. So
I was never going to.
she dumps out the bucket of cold water at this point right on top of you.
That's fine.
And says, "I thought I told you to clean that. And have you been here all night?"
I shiver. I don't respond. And I guess I'll go ahead and... assuming the water was soapy water since there was only a sponge with it, right?
Yep, it was soapy water, but yeah.
Well, at least in my head, I can say at least I'm clean.
Yep, but it was pretty cold because it sat out
Oh
all
no,
night.
I know. And I begin to cover myself with my blankets to go ahead and warm myself up. Slash dry.
She goes, I can't believe you. I don't know what I'm going to do with you, but I guess we'll see. I guess I have to do it myself. And you see her disappear. And at that moment, she goes and informs everybody that she would like to meet them out in the town square by the steps. So I assume Aurora has no problem with this.
Nope.
Shade, obviously, he would just do it anyway. Honor probably wouldn't mind. He might question it a little bit, but he probably wouldn't mind that much either. And if I can find Connor, where the hell is Connor? That's Jack. That's Ellie. There's Dante. I don't even see Connor on here. I must have got rid of his token somehow? I don't know. I'll just get another one. Anyway, hey you. Do you follow the directions in the request that was given to you?
Well,
He says everybody's meeting in town near the steps.
I go out there, but I look like crap because I've been holed up for like the last 4 days.
Yep.
Don't worry, we both look crap at this moment. I'm pretty sure there's some blood on me still.
And she turns and looks at you, Hassan, and she goes, do you mind joining your group so I can only have to say this once?
I already know what you're gonna say.
Yes, but I think it'd be best if you were down there with them. Okay, so you're gonna go jump off that way.
Yes, because I don't want to be nearby her.
All right. She is going to explain that it has come to her attention that each and every one of you have your own concerns and issues with the trials, and that through further investigation and questioning from certain people, is all she's going to say, she has an offer to make you all. And she says, now this is for each and every one of you to make your own separate decision. And whatever you decide doesn't necessarily reflect the whole party. It just reflects the individual. Now, what I'm about to tell you may come as a shock to you, but us gods aren't completely heartless. And
I checked for that.
And seeing how as you also, you guys roll a perception check at this point, because this would be hilarious.
Okay, fine, might as well.
You don't need to.
That was better that time.
A perception check for what exactly?
The blood on the statue behind her.
That.
Well, I'm gonna sense motive on her.
Okay. She seems to be telling the truth so far. She's not bluffing or nothing. I don't think Shade would probably notice this. He might actually. Let's see. Let's roll the perception check, 'cause he's gonna freak out if he notices this.
Oh no, this is the only one I wish Jade was here.
Nope. He can't seem to see behind her. She's kind of floating in the way, I guess. Aurora, you notice all this blood on the statue back there. Do you say anything while she's talking?
I'm not trying to cause a stir, so no. Let's not cause problems where they are.
Alright, so Connor is gonna roll a perception. Oh, he's rolling pretty good this time. He goes, I'm sorry to interrupt, but what happened? And he's pointing.
Did you guys have a blood sacrifice for Bahamut? I look at Shade. It's like, I didn't know your god was like that.
She turns and looks at it and she goes, oh, that was, let's call it a misunderstanding. And somebody, and she's kind of like giving you the evil eye at this point,
Like I give a shit.
was supposed to have cleaned it last night, but I see they didn't. Anyway, moving on about what I was talking about, and obviously if Shade was here, he'd have some words, but I'm not going to even try to think of what he's going to say. We'll have to retcon it, so. Anyway, what I was trying to get to the point of is not all of you are happy with your situation. In fact, you could say some of you are willing to do anything to get out of it.
I so clapped my hands the moment she said that we weren't okay with this.
And well, the offer is this. And mind you, we did not come to this offer very easily. It was actually quite the long discussion. But seeing as you have completed 5 of the trials and should be moving on to the 6th, we are prepared to cut the trials short. And we are prepared to grant you 20 years of your life back. Now, this is, like I said, an individual choice if you wish to leave the trials. I can and will have to find somebody to replace you. And I would like to not have to do this. I would prefer you all to keep pushing on. I do believe you can do it. At least, I think so. But it is ultimately your choice. You will be returned with really not much knowledge of anything that happened here, and maybe some of your more mundane items and gold. But overall, it'll be as if nothing really happened. But you only live out the next 20 years of your life. And as for you, AU, as you are a special case, essentially you would be de-aged 20 years from where you are currently and be able to relive those years again before you perish. The biggest thing is none of you would have any knowledge of this agreement or that your lives were even in peril to begin with. You would just assume it's all a normal day and go about your lives as if nothing happened. So take some time to think about it. I don't need an answer today, but if you do choose to do this, like I said, it's your choice, not the party's choice. And I guess we'll deal with it when that comes. Any questions? Of course, we're down 2 people, so.
I guess Hassan would immediately ask. I'll bring out the black stone rock and say, "Will I still be cursed with this if I leave?"
No, you would not. You would have no recollection of ever being cursed, and you would. It would be like your life was returned to normal, just with a slightly shorter lifespan. But of course, you would not be aware of that.
That did not answer my question.
Well, no, I said no.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, I believe this. I can regain my youth if I go this way, but at the same time.
You regain part of your youth.
Now,
I'm
in
about to
regards.
acid splash your ass again.
All right, so you're talking about your youth. Did you have any questions for her regarding that?
So I go back 20 years, or do I go back to my former self and then live out 20 years?
Well, because of the way the magic is that is on you, you would regress 20 years from your current age and be allowed to live out from there. So you would be quite younger and more spry than you are at the moment, but you would still be older than you were when you left. But, and I know you're wondering, and you probably will ask this question, so I'll just answer it now. If you were to complete the trials, any and all ill effects that bestowed upon you during these trials would be reverted. And of course, you'd be granted your full lives, and then some. So it is up to you. You can take this mild jester of life, or you can fight for more. But this offer will only be offered this one time. Once you decide to either continue or to take it, there is no take-backsies. But like I said, take the day, take a week. I don't care how long you take. Take whatever amount of time you all need to make a decision, and make your own decision. Do not allow others to influence your decisions. And once you all have an answer for me, come back and we will either take care of sending you back, or we will have you push on. And like I said, I prefer, and I think it would be better if you all pushed on, but I understand these trials can be quite taxing on not only your body, but in some cases your mind as well. And I have tried to make your stay as comfortable as allowed. But I see that that's not enough for some of you. So, essentially, that is her offer. And we can talk about it more after the session if you wish, but that's essentially going to end the session.